did not go away whenever we banished that witch. So.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Okay. Stream's back up.
Cool.
And
but I am pretty good
Top
at deception
Simulator
now. I
is
get a
running.
+9 to every roll.
Do you perception roll?
No, my deception.
Deception. Gotcha.
Being deceitful, I get a +9 to be deceitful. So I feel like that's pretty handy for Billy.
Oh, for sure.
Kind of sucks. I should have saved that map. I had all this like built out. Now I'll have to build it on the fly because I can't spoil what's ahead for you guys.
You can take time. I mean, we're still waiting on Josh.
Oh yeah, no, it's just you'd be able to see it is all.
Oh, by the way, Christian, I did write that I knew a third language.
And that is
Crow.
okay.
I know I can at least get by.
Yeah, you can wing it.
That's a good pun.
Nice. Glad you caught it. Didn't mean to make it, if I'm being honest. This is my subconscious. Rock.
I like to put down that I'm proficient in each one of these.
Oh, you guys actually have some more questions for me tonight?
The ones that I wrote down are pretty specific to the book, so you kind of said the book changed, so I don't know how.
Well, I'm just saying, it may, contain some of the same information that is valid, but may also contain information that's no longer.
Oh, I had a question I was going to ask. What's like a common lore or myth of like the world? Everyone knows about blah blah blah. Bigfoot, or everyone knows about the sword and the stone. Legend has it. What's a legend or a myth or something like that that's very common to everyone?
You, in most of your travels, have heard obviously a lot of theories about Ember Peak, like what it was that set it ablaze, who lives there now, if anyone at all lives there, who's traveled there and returned, or traveled there and not come back. You hear everything from the equivalent of, Sasquatch and valid sounding statements from trustworthy people to, kids on the street singing little rhymes about Ember Peak. But with that one always being in sight, you're kind of used to just kind of dismissing most of those. None of you have traveled close enough to the peak to really know for yourself. But the general consensus in the land seems to be that it's either bad voodoo and to stay away from it, or that obviously, what are you going to do with a mountain that's on fire? Like, you can't traverse through it.
Heard the Zoo Warriors pop up on a podcast.
What do you mean? Like, It's Always Sunny, or what?
I'm assuming that's where they got the name, but I was listening to Partless podcast, which is just a guy who's never read the books, and so he's reading for the first time, and just the whole point of his podcast is to just shit on the Harry Potter books. and like why they're dumb or what. It's really funny. He's like he's not completely shitting on them, but like
Mm-hmm.
just pointing out inconsistencies and things he doesn't like, whatever.
You mean you heard Zoo Warriors, or you heard Electric Boogaloo too?
Electric Boogaloo too, yeah.
Okay,
So,
yeah, that comes from It's Always Sunny. I was going to say Zoo Warriors.
yeah.
I think we just made I thought Sierra made that up.
No, yeah, sorry, Electric Boogaloo too. But he was reading the fifth book, and they were talking about how to name the DA, and that was his name for the group that he wanted them to have, but they didn't do it, obviously. But I was like, oh my gosh, oh.
I'm just glad that we came to a group consensus that that's what our name should be. That we all decided together, and it wasn't forced.
Definitely a team effort.
You know what would be interesting is if the mountain's not really on fire and it's a giant spell, and it just seems like it's always on fire.
You've heard that too.
Oh, okay.
Pass through the fire somehow, you realize it's a.
You've also heard of tales of loved ones going up to be the person who dispels this god fire that's ignited the mountain, and they didn't come
one
back.
of them return. Probably because it's so nice there. I heard that there's a strip club on the other sides.
It's just a summer getaway is all.
We do have a rope. We could throw a rope through it and then pull it back.
You could. If only you would have had your magic rope to test on the Black Mirror. How far you guys have come from those days.
And how not far at all.
Yeah, in the last couple sessions, we actually have not gathered or traveled much land as far as distance goes.
You never know.
Well, we got out of the little elven place, right? Little elf town.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little Chinatown, but it's in the middle of Lambros. And then we walked about like 30 feet, got attacked by squirrels. And then we walked around the bend after we camped out there all night and found this butthole. I think that's about right.
So in your mind, you think you got out of Lambros?
No, we're not out of Lambros. We're like, at the magical halfway point or whatever it was. We just stopped at a town along there. I'm just saying, since we made it to Little Elf Town, we have not physically gone very far from there. It seems like.
Gotcha. The elves of Corellin.
Yes, Krillin.
Surprised that didn't come up. Dun, 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 dun. Oakley dokley.
Did you mean to make an S in the trees?
You're not supposed to be watching. God.
Oh.
It's supposed to be a surprise.
Never mind. That's a clearing.
Did Josh just text the group? I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, he said he's finishing up on a house and he'll be.
This is not acceptable.
Finishing up on crap. There's way too much stuff. It's not that I'm complaining.
Not acceptable.
Jared, what cool things have happened now that you've leveled up?
So
far, you've gotten a rope, which has been pretty cool.
Rope's good. I get.
You got an extra hand.
No hands. Actually, I was thinking I was getting a hand, and I can't find when I read this before. Level 5 was I got a homunculus servant. Someone made that up apparently because that's not real. Would have been really cool. Yeah.
What do you mean someone made it up?
I mean, feel like Jared's just like reading stuff maybe about it, but not the actual book.
Yeah, that's literally. Yeah. I don't know where. No, it wasn't an official site, but it was a site. Everything I'm reading now is all from players' handbook sources or
He was checking out Pornhub comments just to see it, what people were saying about the Artificer and the newest 5e.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to
Control F in case somebody happened to mention something.
when we had to pick what gym we wanted, I wanted the emerald one because I figured that was going to be worth a lot. And
it was worth quite a bit. Yeah.
yeah, well, it was supposed to be worth. The one thing I read before said something like if you have something worth, I think it was 5,000 gold piece or something. If you have one item worth 5,000 gold piece, you can use that to infuse into creating a homunculus. I don't remember what else I had to have, but I had to have at least that. Could create a homunculus servant that could follow me around as an additional character, like indefinitely.
You're
and
coming
it
in
did sound really
super hot, Jared.
Well,
FYI.
Jared, that thing was actually probably worth about, 5,000. I just told Josh it was valuable, and the guy sold it to him for 1,000, even though it was definitely worth more than that. So, I mean, that would have been good to know back in the day, but it's too late now, I guess.
It doesn't matter. It's not real. What it was actually supposed to be, not homunculus servant. There's since I chose the path of the alchemist at level 5, I have alchemist savant, which is anytime I cast a spell with my alchemist supplies, wherever that is. It's a bonus to one roll. You can either restore HP or I get an additional damage of acid, fire, necrotic, or poison equal to my intelligence modifier, which at this current moment is 3.
Your supplies are your ingredients that you've been collecting and things like that, the spider webs and all that jazz.
Oh, okay, cool. I
essentially
also
the components of like a spell, verbal, somatic, martial.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I also have got a couple new spells I'm trying to read. Something about an acid arrow and a flaming spear. So those are new. And yeah, that's the main stuff.
Did that feather that I gave you, did that help out with anything?
It might. I think I need feathers for one of my spells. Yeah, I still got to read what the heck these are about. Oh, that's strong.
I've read something about a homunculi before though too, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What are you reading it on right now?
I can't find it. I can't.
Yeah,
find
what
it
are you
all
reading right now though?
I'm just reading Wikidot.
So just Wikipedia.
Cameron, do you have in your inventory the the sending stone that I gave you?
Of course.
If not, make sure you keep that in your inventory.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
So I gave it to you back when we were fighting your buddy in the forest in that little one-off session. Remember when we did that?
Yeah, that's where I got my crossbow, but I don't remember having a sending stone.
So I gave it to you because we're gonna split up. It allows us to send like one message a day using the spell sending if we need to. Just so you know.
Like a walkie-talkie?
It's like a walkie-talkie, but it's like a one-time, one-way use. So I can send you a message, or you could send me a message like, "Help! I'm in another room."
Just one time and it's done?
I think it's one time per day. I'd have to go look at what they can actually do, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. But yeah, basically it's a one message that we wouldn't be able to talk to the other person to actually know something.
Okay.
So if you're ever digging through your pockets thinking, I need to, let up some of my inventory here, don't throw that out. It's not a regular stone.
Sending stone. Send this away.
I just use it like in a really dire situation, like, you're a bitch.
Use it
I
as
still have
you will.
If anybody ever needs a weapon, I've got a dwarf axe I picked up in that cave, by the way. So
I don't think I
Oh.
could wield.
What kind of damage does it do? Is it better than my hand axe?
I don't know. I picked it up and I never got statistics for it, so I'm assuming it's just a blunt weapon. So
Christian, is a dwarf axe better than a 1d4 plus 1 hand axe?
A dwarven axe for a gnome would maybe be
Be too big?
a little bit too unwieldy. I don't think.
Okay, well, never mind. I'm not going to do it then. If it's too unwieldy, I'm not going to do it. I got 3 daggers and a small hand axe. That's what I got.
Marbles.
Oh, and now all my inspiration resets after a short rest. So that's also really nice. Because I have bardic inspiration.
Guys are moving up in the world.
I no longer need to take a long rest for everything. But I'm excited for my tiny hut. I think that will come in handy at times. Also, Christian, I found out that I had a better spell after you sent the info on that mandolin there. I never wrote down that I had a 3rd level cure wounds that I can use once a day.
That's a nice one.
Sorry, guys. I could have been healing everybody.
You live and you learn.
Yep. But now you guys get 3d8 plus 8. So that's nice. Is what it'll ultimately do.
Okay. How are we gonna penalize Josh?
I don't know.
but he's covered in sewage. He might be penalized enough.
Hey, I didn't.
That's
choose
his everyday
profession.
job. That's not a penalty if that's your everyday job.
He did choose it. You are correct.
Oh,
He
you guys
asks
are,
for
I'm gonna go
sympathy.
grab a drink.
He asks for sympathy occasionally, and he gets it, but he did choose this life.
Circle, circle, circle. I cannot get this one just right. Close enough. Close enough. Yoink. Boom.
Let's see here. A good way to
Sorry,
talk
talk
with him could.
a little bit more, but I am almost done building this thingy, my jigger.
Oh, I was gonna say we could, someone could, or maybe perhaps he misplaced his ever smoking bottle and someone hid it in their pocket.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Ranger Steve, I think that you could fit that bottle in your pocket. Or Tyrell. He's not mad at Tyrell ever. He's mad at
Sorry,
Billy on the daily.
What'd you say about a bottle?
Christian was talking about a penalty for Josh, being late now 2 sessions. I was saying perhaps his ever smoking bottle happened to get swiped, maybe by Tyrell, and it's just in Tyrell's pocket now.
Yeah, I'd rather
next
him
time he goes
never
to pull
use
out.
that.
Yeah,
Not
the
very
next time he pulls it out, Christian just says, "You don't have that."
He'd be real pissed.
I know, but
Remember what happened with his orb of true sight or whatever? He looked for that thing forever.
it would be a bad thing to lose, but I do need one of you to decide who's gonna take his ever smoking bottle.
No, it should be Tyrell.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I already have. I'd have no point because I've got that spell.
He already
Okay.
hates.
All right.
I don't know anybody who actually likes Billy, but
So
I'm
Tyrell,
definitely gonna play it off like someone put it in my pocket and I don't remember that.
Tyrell,
You
put
don't
it
remember a
into
lot of
your
things.
inventory then.
Jared, you can just pretend. Well, I was collecting stuff for spells. I thought this looked pretty nice.
I mean, it is a bottle.
If you artificer it into something, that would be amazing.
A
I
smoke
can
bomb.
literally once per session use it says vial, and I'm sure a bottle could count to use as a randomized potion of whatever. I get to roll a d6 and figure out what it is.
And every time you blow out some smoke and you get some of the potion with you.
I think it would effectively ruin a smoking bottle if I did that.
I was thinking you turn it into like a smoke grenade or something. I don't know.
Yeah, one time use smoke grenade.
I do every time he uses it. I'm like, why are we using it?
So he said it's so because he feels like he's in a bad spot in battle and wants to make sure he can run away.
Oh, sure. Well, it kind of ruins everybody else.
Yeah, because then all of us ran into battle and nobody can see now.
Yeah.
But now you have it, Tyrell. So
Definitely
you can do that every
throws
time.
a wrench in the gears.
You know, he's got that ebony fly. I don't get why he just doesn't throw that every time.
Yeah.
Or, even better, he could pray to Helm. Helm would answer his prayers if he converts.
Oh, for sure.
And save him, so.
I'm pretty excited for tonight's session.
I'm always excited to play.
Good, good. His absence has allowed me to make a couple quick additions. That will make your journey much harder.
Well, that's good.
I'm conflicted on what I want to choose as my second level spell because I found a different site that has like 5 more spells to it.
So did you just type in Ranger
Fake
second
spells.
level 5e?
Yeah, so I was looking at one, and now the second one's called D&D Beyond,
It's a good one.
and it's got like 4 or 5 extra attack or extra spells per second. So I was pretty set on one, but now it's got a couple others.
What are you
What were you
between?
thinking? What were you thinking?
Well, at first I wanted to do Pass Without Trace, which would give us all a plus 10 bonus to our dexterity and stealth. So we could all pass within a bubble past something quietly,
That's pretty good.
which would help us all. But now the last one on the list is to summon a beast like you can do. And no matter where we're at, air, land, or water, I can choose a beast within those element types. And it just helps us like your creatures do.
Oh, nice. That pass
But-
without trace seems pretty good.
I know, but the Pass Without Trace is pretty solid.
I mean, that's just useful for
Yeah.
plus
'cause
10 bonus to your stealth checks. Like, that's
to all of us
That's
inside
that's
of a.
that's in addition to whatever else we already get. You get a +10.
Yeah.
That's super useful. I think we do pretty well in combat. I don't know. I think that one has so many more uses. Like you could cast that in combat and try to stealth your way out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they can only detect us by magical means.
Did you say you got 2 second level spells?
Just one.
Okay.
Well, I have 2 now, but I already used one from from level 4.
Gotcha. What spells do you have?
So when I first got my spells, I wasted them on stuff that I thought we'd use, and we have never used it, and they're completely pointless.
What were they?
Animal friendship.
Could have used it on the squirrels.
Yeah, you could have done that.
But is that I mean, initial squirrels, maybe not the secondary.
Well, it says you
You won't
convince
know.
a
You
bee.
didn't try.
And 4 intelligence, which I'm assuming anything that is sentient at all has more than a 4 intelligence.
No, most of these animals are dumb as shit. I would not use it on like a dragon or something like that, but a lot of them are stupid.
I assume those squirrels had more than a 4 intelligence.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. And they just have to, if it's less than 4, they have to beat a saving throw too. So it's not like it's, completely locked tight. Fog Cloud, which you've used a couple times, but then he got the ever smoking bottle.
So that's useless, yeah.
Hunter's Mark, which I've only used once or twice. That's if we're fighting one thing specifically. I can keen in on that for an hour, and it gets an extra 1d6 damage. So if we're sitting there fighting one specific thing, then that can help out.
Could you do that with like a dragon?
If we're set on fighting it for 1 hour, I can do an extra 1d6 damage if I hit it.
So we have to be at it for an hour. Or no, you just have to be. It's just a concentration spell. Okay.
I could put the Hunter's Mark on anything. I could have put it on a random passerby and been like, for the next hour, if I attack you,
Yeah.
I would get a 1d6. Yeah, so it's just any. Yeah, and then Entangle, which is the
Yeah.
yeah, so 90 feet away from me, 20 square feet for
That
1
one's
minute.
useful. That can be pretty useful.
Yeah, so for 1 minute they're kind of trapped, and if they move, then they get like 1d4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the pass without trace is super useful.
Yeah.
The fact that you could use that on the whole group, and we can just sneak by something, like especially going into this Dragon's Lair after we already pissed it off, like that would be huge.
I think he's still mad. That was a while ago.
He's missing a jaw, so yeah.
Something.
Let me see here. Do you have any cantrips, Cameron?
Oh, actually, I get a second. Never mind, I get an extra spell. I get 2 spells. Oh shit.
Well,
then take what you want.
The decision is done.
Oh.
Yeah, you should definitely take that one, but if you want to take the other one, take the other one. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
I have a couple spells I've been saving to use for the right time. Let's see here. I can do Light, True Strike, Vicious Mockery, which Vicious Mockery is pretty nice now. I killed that squirrel with it.
I was gonna say, murdered him.
String and a Lace of Insults. Charm, Person, Silent Image, Healing Word. Those are all nice. And then I have a special spell at level 1 that I haven't used yet. I'm going to use that later, but I don't want to. Knock, Heat Metal, Silence. That one's good. My tiny hut that I just got. That'll be fun. And then my mandolin has protection from good, evil and good, invisibility, levitate, dispel magic, protection from energy, fly, and cure wounds. Which I found out over the past couple sessions. I can use each one of those spells once per day with this thing instead of just one spell per day. I can use each of them once. So, did not know that. So that's nice.
Don't think I have a cantrip though. Like, I think you asked that.
Okay.
I don't think so.
What
Well,
weapons-
my entangle might be. I
Do
feel
you
like
have a
it
weapon
gave.
that's better than that axe that you keep using?
Well, I haven't. I went a long time without even using the axe.
What have you been using now? Could you use that samurai sword?
It's pretty big. I imagine I wouldn't even be able to swing it. It's. I don't think
How
any of us
strong
could
are you?
really swing it.
Yeah, maybe not.
I mean, my strength's like out the ass. I've got a +4 on strength, but I mean,
A +4 is better than anything we have.
yeah, that's like when we start. Whatever we were doing, like last session or 2 sessions ago, it was all based on strength rolls, and I was like, let's fucking go. Like,
All right, I got new characters for you guys. If you look at the stream,
Are you still going to be able to put it
Animate
live
'em.
in
Oh yeah,
Discord? Okay.
yeah. I guess I could go ahead and do that for you now.
You could.
I will. So if you hang tight,
Hang loose.
Discord, stream tabletop, go live. It is in Discord. Now you guys can tell me if you prefer your other ones, the ones that can animate or not, but these are just ones I pulled for you.
Josh is on the yay home, is what he put.
Yeah, on the A home.
From Bolivar.
Wait, what?
No, I was just joking.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish you could get the like little insert of the pictures that you drew for us. But these are pretty cool.
I may be able to. Objects.
Did you draw that one? Is that
No,
one drawn?
I didn't draw any of them. The Blib Pulip one on the left is the actual Blib Pulip illustration from the book.
Oh. He looks stupid. Oh man, Josh looks so stupid.
What piece am I looking for? This one. Then if I go to URL, 90s anime, what is this one? That's not it.
That's good drawing though.
Thanks.
Who's got the echo? Oh, it's Tyrell.
Where's
Jared
the
does
picture? I thought he was good at audio.
No, I can just see it. It's picking up on Discord.
Yeah.
And I can hear
Can you
it.
actually hear anything though?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Sounds like us underwater. Amateur.
I honestly think it's because my cats chewed through my XLR.
Oh, that'd probably do it. It doesn't sound.
Put your cat outside.
I did.
I mean,
he was out there for a little while.
how so it's not playing it through, I guess, the computer, is it?
What? I have
Hey,
a
there's Billy's.
hardware device.
It's Billy. That's what's on my character sheet.
Yeah, that's the one that I did for you.
Jared, so I took my iPad and I copied like a character sheet and made it like an image on a page, and then I put like the drawing thing on my iPad above that, so I can now draw and write everything that's on there on top of the little character sheets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So that's what I've been doing for the last few sessions. And I even have my little Billy picture put on there for my character parents.
I did notice that when I looked at. That's good. I don't hear it anymore. Oh yeah, I do. Never mind.
And I finally decided on an age for myself, 137. So, I'm just a gnome in my prime.
Okay, everybody else keep talking.
Talky blah 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 talk. Talking. Talk.
Jared.
Hello.
Jared.
I'm
There's a little bit
looking
of
at the summon beast,
Uh-huh.
and I don't know what I roll for attacks.
probably whatever the beast
I was
attack
gonna say
is.
it depends what beast you summon.
Like
It
a
says,
squirrel?
is that hit points or?
What?
It would depend what beast you summon. If you summon a squirrel, it's gonna be different than a bear. Does that make sense?
But I mean, that's up. Is that up to you or?
It's up to you. You decide what you
Oh.
want to summon.
Well, it says action is a multi-attack. Beast makes a number of attacks equal to half this spell's level.
Yeah, so essentially the level at which you cast, like,
So level 2.
you could be like, I cast at a higher level and then you get a better bear or something, a more fearsome bear, or you cast at a lower level and you get maybe a cub or something. Like,
So I think what it's saying there
Well, I can
is
choose any animal.
The number
It
of
doesn't matter
attacks.
what.
So if he summons a bear, Cameron, what you would do is you look up a bear. Like I look up the stats for the animals if they get summoned. So you type in bear 5e. And then it just says brown bear, 5th edition. And then I pull up that page. And it says they can multi-attack, they can bite, claws, but because you said they get an attack equal to 1/2 of the spell level that you cast at the second level because it's a second level spell.
Yeah.
So it only gets
So-
one attack. So you have to choose what action it's doing. Is it bite? Is it claws? And if I say, hey, it's a claw attack, okay, great. It's a +5 to hit, 5-foot reach, one target, and it does 2d6 plus 4 slashing damage. Because
Gotcha.
that's the stats of a bear.
Man, yeah, I need to pick some heavy hitters and have that set aside so I can reach those easier.
Well, I mean, squirrels are probably pretty heavy hitting, I would imagine. So
they have tree stride, so I mean they're pretty stealthy. But I mean, don't always think of it in terms of attack either. Like, just like Billy could use coconut
no,
for
yeah.
stealth
I was
stuff
thinking-
as well.
Because I can do underwater stuff. So, like, if we would have, when we broke that glass, that dome underground,
Mm-hmm.
and I just throw out for 1 hour. It's only 1 hour attack, so it's not like Kobe's where it's 24 hours or until the clock sets or whatever. It's
You
only
just
for 1 hour.
Aquaman.
But I could have just been like,
and...
yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, and it could have saved us all really fast.
oh, a greater flying squirrel.
Or even like a giant
It
eagle,
can glide. It can fear flighter. Oh,
something that could carry me away from anything.
I
From
don't think it's
all
that
of you.
one.
Yeah, just imagine if in Lord of the Rings, instead of eagles, it was giant flying squirrels.
Squirrels, you
They would just be able to. It would just be able to glide.
Squirrels, you fool.
But then it would just be able to glide a distance away.
Well, I mean, you could summon like a, imagine we're in a bad spot and you summon in a queen bee, and she distracts all the other bees, and the bees go to war with each other, and they don't worry about us. That'd be pretty useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one's honestly pretty. It's got a
Or-
lot to it. It's like a full page.
What's something that would eat a Kuatoa?
The sun.
Like its natural enemy.
Its natural opposition are mermaids, because
Mermaids.
they're the fish parts where the mermaids are the fish, and they're
Oh.
the human where they're inverse mermaids.
Oh, now I gotta echo off Cameron's. Did you move closer, Cameron?
No.
Now it's fine. Did you turn? Oh no, now I can hear myself. Did you turn CRISPR off?
No, noise suppression's on.
Weird.
That is weird. Because it worked. It helped it last time.
It wasn't doing it earlier, but now it's not doing it again. So
What to
Oh,
do?
yeah.
What to do?
I was drinking a drink. Did my drink have interference?
Forbidden. No more drinks.
Yeah, you
for
need to switch from cans. It's the can that's doing it. You need to get you a glass of like bourbon or something.
It's weird though because literally I held it back up to it and you guys talked and it did it again. Then I pulled it away and it stopped. There's no way that that's what's doing it.
That
You just
Cameron,
conduct.
I'm gonna
electric
say
current.
scientifically that's what's doing it. Yeah.
It's the only explanation.
I knew they were putting funky stuff in that Bud Light, so.
No, I'm drinking Trulies. I always get seltzers on Tuesdays.
Gotta stay healthy.
It's alcoholic water for my speaking voice.
Well, that's what Bud Light is.
That's why you used to hydrate. You are correct.
But they have Bud Light seltzers now.
So the gas station close to my house stopped. I used to get those because I like the taste of a couple of them, and they dropped them. So now Truly's is. They've got a pineapple on it. I like the pineapple.
Yeah,
Truly's are.
pineapple.
What's the
Alright.
orb that you have, Ranger Steve?
That's his drift globe.
Drift
Oh,
globe.
nice.
So I can either call two different spells: a light spell or a daylight spell, and one's like 20 feet.
Jared,
One's
you look so
like
dark.
60 feet.
This just screams Jared. Look, he doesn't even have another hand. That's why I picked this one because you can't see his other hand.
Here,
And Tug looks like Tug already, so. I did not picture that as his face is like a crawfish.
Yeah.
I like his titties though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't pick those as his hits.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if you guys remember, but the statue had breasts. So,
Well, I don't remember him taking that form. I just remember the stuff formed to him.
yeah. So after a long rest, after him getting a better connection with his people, he found that he couldn't take the arm off. I was actually surprised he even came across a scenario where he needed to take it off or wanted to, but yeah, it's fused to his arm at this point. Same with the helmet. He can't take the helmet or the arm off.
He just looks ridiculous.
So he doesn't have any breasts yet, but he is blue. He does have a claw arm, and he's chaotic. Pay no attention to the spider over there. He's fine. And look, here are all your old selves. All your
Oh, look how boring those are.
gross. They can just die, each and every one of them. I think Josh is gonna want his guy back though.
No, I like the new Josh better.
Well, that's his true image. That's the one that the Kuatoa worships, so he needs to embrace it. Honestly, I'm scared to give it breast though, because I don't know what he'll do with them.
Well, we were all there for the Pokemon D&D, so.
Yeah, no raping. Or at least be thankful.
Oh yes, now I remember. I was trying to remember. Yes, having Sierra say that she should
Trapped
thank
on the
him
roof.
for never having attempted to rape her.
I just wanted to make you guys the bad guys of Nakatomi Plaza so much, and I was so happy I got to do that.
I had a whole plan. We didn't go forward with it, but that's okay.
The karaoke contest is going to be one of my favorite things. Cameron, you missed out. You missed out on a fun play session.
But Pokemon that was a good one. Real good.
I also had them. They had to go on stage for a talent show, and they decided that they were going to do an episode of Pokemon as their talent show.
Those look legit.
And they talked about it. They planned for about 30 to 45 minutes exactly what they were going to do. They all knew when one person was going to come in, when the next one's going to go out, who's going to start. The moment they get on stage fright, they freak out, they have no idea what they're doing, and they bomb it. But then they rolled like a natural 20.
Well,
so
that was the thing. We had a plan, went up on stage, and then no one followed the plan. And I was like,
At all.
okay.
At all.
I didn't know the episode at all.
I don't know how you didn't know that. I wish we would have done the seizure episode, the Porygon seizure episode. It would have been a real crowd pleaser, I think.
Oh man. Yeah, the fact that you guys talked out the plan, agreed to it, got on stage, and just it did not happen at all was hilarious.
Yeah.
Uh,
Professor
and
Dad, he just
Christian's
rolled with the
character
punches.
almost died in the first episode.
No, I didn't. I was fine.
Dang, I probably forgot. Man, it's been so long since
Professor Dad. Professor
character.
Dad was fantastic.
That's one of my favorite backstories of any character I've ever written is he's the illegitimate father of all of those children. Like all the Pokemon children in all the games don't have a father. I was that father. I was that deadbeat dad.
I also
And you're
enjoyed when you guys got to go to Cinnabar Island in the Haunted Mansion.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
I put you
dream
guys in like
sequences.
those little dream scenarios, and you had to face all your children again.
and I just love it. Just fits so perfectly because I was like, what would a deadbeat dad name all of his kids? Oh, just colors, because that's how idiotic he really like. You're red and you're blue and you're sapphire and ruby and
Yeah, you tell them apart that way.
yeah.
Jared was supposed to be. Oh, it was so funny because they didn't know what all existed in the world until we had started, and so Jared decided he was going to be Hassa, the cousin of Ash Ketchum, who always wanted to be better than Ash. But in my world, Ash Ketchum was a movie star, and so people confused him because they kind of looked alike, and it was really funny.
But I was fat.
Yeah, I was gonna say your character was also like a kind of out of shape.
A chubby Ash, yeah.
Oh yeah, he was fat and he was Korean.
I don't remember that.
Well, that was originally what I had said, but I don't know how much that like actually stuck to like lore.
You could have been the Korean cousin. That's fine. But
That's
the
one of the
problem
most-
was that Ash was real in this world, and he was a movie star.
Oh, and I wasn't.
Well, you were the cousin of someone famous, so people came up and got. Remember that one time some kid tried to get your autograph?
Yeah.
Yeah, you typically didn't like being compared to Ash either, which was the funny part. Was you hated people mistaking you for Ash, but then you kind of went along with it sometimes for some reason. I don't know. I'm gonna get
I don't
another
know.
drink. I'll be right back.
We have a lot of those recorded, but they're just the quality's pretty bad.
That was when I was still coming through your TV.
Yep.
I'm going AFK. BRB.
Yeah, we've done this mode for a long time. Like,
Yeah, we have. The Pokemon one only lasted about 9 months.
Yeah, it was about 9.
That's still a
And we
long
had-
time. I didn't
Yeah,
realize you guys
we
did
also
it that long.
people pop in and out. We had Will's friend in there for a while.
Devin was on for like a month.
Yeah, Devin was in for quite a few sessions, and then I was writing him out to die, and he didn't make it out for the last session that I was gonna have him die in. So
He liked it though. I let him know.
Well, someday he'll become like a senator or something, and he'll know about. He'll remember that.
He honestly probably will. He really enjoyed it. Like he's got some friends. He's got some friend that actually lives in Seattle, works for Wizards of the Coast, and she's a lawyer.
Oh.
And he was talking about how he was talking to her back and forth about the first time he played was a homebrew Pokemon session, and she thought it was pretty dope.
I mean, if he has, I have no idea what his schedule's like. I imagine it's a lot different, and probably can't predict hours sometimes. But sure, if he can
Neither
join.
could Josh.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he could find a like maybe a one shot or something sometime, or just a cameo. Sure, I ought to hit him up. I talked to him a month ago for a little bit, but haven't heard from him in a while. Other than that,
I am back. Is Josh here
well,
yet?
we've all been here waiting for you. So
He's
what's up?
working on it.
Oh, Josh is in the party.
I still remember I had to kick them out of the very first gym that they entered, Cameron. They had just, I mean, basically the world was like post-apocalyptic. I told them the Pokemon League had ended, and that they, part of their directive was to go to the gym leaders and see what.
Hey, I'm gonna get in the shower,
and
but
get
I'm
clear.
here.
Say hi to Hewitt.
What?
Say hi to Hewitt.
Why?
Because you're in the shower. You're underwater.
I mean, if that's enough water for me to talk to him.
Well, just go face down in the tub.
Yeah, I'm filling the tub full, and I'm going to put my head underwater.
Don't do that.
But yeah, so they get to Brock's gym, and Will starts freaking out because he had an electric Pokemon, and we didn't really have anything that was good against Rock, and I actually was not really going to have them fight. There was an optional fight if they wanted it, but their Pokemon would have been healed immediately afterwards. But they also knew that their Pokemon would die, and they found that out for sure later. But they freaked out, went inside, basically walked in the doors of a gym, and just started arguing with each other for like 10 minutes until I had kicked them out, shut the doors.
So
That's amazing.
It was just pretty funny that the moment they decide to go in there, they just argue and want to leave.
we had a lot of strong opinions in the group.
Man, Christian, I was really hoping that your Nidorino was gonna make it.
Yeah. I really didn't expect
Because
any of my Pokemon to die, but I did. And
well,
I did.
well, I guess it was only a Nidoran, but it was close to leveling up. And if it had leveled up, which it would have after that battle, Jared's pocket was going to glow because I made him keep that rock, that stupid rock that he picked up,
Mm-hmm. That was the Moonstone.
and that was going to be a Moonstone.
Nice. I should have thought about that. And I used them when I did because I felt like we were gonna fail if I didn't throw them out then. So
Oh yeah, I mean you never know, and it can always go a different way. Like the final battle, Jared got the only scenario where he could destroy the final boss, which was a critical, and so he got
Stupid.
it was he did ×8 damage.
Yeah, because
It
it
was
was super
ridiculous.
effective, and I got the bonus or the.
It was 4 times super effective, and you got a critical. So
my
basically,
God.
you got to 8 times your score, and you rolled extremely high on your hits. Because what was going to happen is because both Will and Jared had murdered people, I was going to have them have to do like Constitution saving throws, and if they failed, they were going to be cast under the spell of.
What did you pull up?
No, it was of Omnimite, or not Omnimite.
Yeah, it was on my.
Omnistar.
Omnistar. They're going to be under the spell of the Omnistar, and they were going to start to attack the party.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
it was. Did you ever watch or know about when it was happening or after the fact? I guess Twitch plays Pokemon.
Oh, I based a ton of it off of that.
That was
So,
my favorite
if
part.
you guys there was the hall, like the Hall of the Gods and stuff. Like there was the Messiah, there was the battery, the all-terrain vehicle, the Dragon Slayer. Oh, I saw a description pull up. I need to check that.
It's your fun facts. It didn't bracket it out like I had it in the Word document, but
Oh.
that's going to be annoying to read. In fact, I wouldn't even burn your eyes at that.
Oh, did it not show up in the game chat?
I sent you in a personal message, so everybody else doesn't have your fun facts.
Oh, personal message. That's my fun facts. Awesome.
But like I said, I'll find a way to send it to you in a way that isn't obnoxious. I'm excited. I got a good question for you guys
So I'm
today.
on my computer. I think I can probably get that. That's not too bad.
Oh, hang on. What email can I send this to?
You can just send it to
Please go
kgunness
ahead.
at Outlook.
Big nasty.
Big nasty
What is it? K Gaddis?
at Outlook. That should be fine.
There it is.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do one refill, and then I guess we'll be ready to play.
All right. Anybody else want their fun facts sent to them? Yes, the answer is yes. So Cameron, what can I send it to? Cameron.
Type it in the chat.
Oh.
Type it in the chat.
Well, I'm not going to type it in the chat because I need it to fill.
Cameron dot. I was just gonna send you my email in the chat, but if you can remember it, yeah.
Cameron dot.
Dot L.
Yeah.
Dot long at Gmail.
Gotcha. And you'll have to forgive. Some of them are written pretty ugly, but that's because I write them as you guys are speaking about them. Jared, get yours.
I'm back.
You just call me mushrooms?
Call you mushrooms?
Yeah, is that what you said?
No. I said now it's yours. What is your email? What email can I send this to?
My name?
Yep. At Gmail?
Oh, sorry. It's Jared M. Newhart.
Gotcha. I had sent you something before, so. Just needed to make sure it was the same. Josh has the most, though, because I had to write his 14 commandments in there, too.
I will say my HP has increased since you last did this.
Good, means I can throw harder enemies at you guys.
No.
Have you guys done all of your leveling up stuff already?
Yeah, we did that between sessions.
Oh, shit.
Did you forget again since he reminded you like an hour ago?
Oh, I was being facetious. I spent like 35 minutes on mine.
And I saw your questions, Josh. I just figured we'd go over them today or tonight or whatever.
Okay. Well, if everybody else is ready, I mean, is mine wrong or is mine right?
You're fine. I didn't see any issue. I mean, you tend to read the rules very straightforward. So,
My favorite
what's up?
work of fiction is a book of Helm.
Yeah. So Josh,
I remember shitting on him, but it's funny.
there was two nights in a row there where you just
Oh yeah, you're getting in the hot seat of Billy.
yeah, just making real deep cuts. But Josh, essentially, you get all the proficiencies of both your classes, but you also get the disadvantages of all your classes, kind of thing. So.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I think, other than adding my HP, I've already updated everything. It was just the HP. Yeah, it was just those last two questions and the sorcerer point.
Yeah, so the sorcery points also lumps into kind of what you were saying. Like, yes, if you read one of the classes, it says your level should be at this much, or you should have this many sorcery points. But obviously, with multi-classing, you get sorcery points for both classes. The only thing is you're just going to have to keep track of, obviously, I guess if it ever applies, which it shouldn't matter, like you'll just have a cumulative group of sorcery points that you can use on either set of your spells, kind of thing.
Yes, that's how I read it and understood it. So then I think I need to. All I need to do is add my HP, add my sorcery points, and everything else. I believe I'm ready to go. So
Sweet.
I'm excited. I mean, we should start. I'm sorry, guys. These people had 2.5 foot of sewage in their basement. It was pretty bad.
You need to invest in like a just human car wash. So every day you get home, you can just walk through like Dexter's lab and just come out on the other end like squeaky clean.
Well, I didn't really have to get in the sewage. I had to hand dig their sewer line up outside the house and add a clean out, and then I did everything from outside. And then once I got it open, it all started draining out of the basement. But I mean, it was pretty nasty.
Do you give them like
Thank you.
suggestions of people who can clean that stuff or what?
No, not really. I don't know anyone that will come and clean it. Crime scene cleaning, but it's not as nasty as you guys think it is. I mean, it
is.
It's,
Yeah, no, it's absolutely disgusting.
When you see it every day,
I mean, it all drains down, and you take a garden hose with like a bleach, like what you would use to spray your yard. You just like fill it full of bleach, and you spray down the concrete, and then you wash it down the drain.
Would it be easier if we just, demoed the house and then put it all into a big ball and
Yeah.
shipped it to the moon or something?
yeah.
I've got to start wearing a body cam. You guys
Don't want to see it.
Yeah, I'd rather
I
not.
actually want to see.
y'all just don't understand how people live. I mean, it's
Josh, are you calling us from the shower right now?
He's been
Yes,
in the shower.
That was
Yes,
oh my god.
I am in the shower disinfecting my body.
It's good
I'm
hygiene.
gonna pretend he's disinfecting himself from all the spider guts that he got all over himself.
You guys are kind of all covered in purple blood.
Yeah, it's so gross. I'm gonna disinfect myself as well. I'm trying to
I can't even
brush it
tell.
off my my nice new rat tail that I got, the squirrel tail.
I can't even tell. All right, well-
I guess we can get started with the question. You want me to ask you guys your questions first, or do you want to ask me a question?
I already asked you that question earlier, so
Okay. If you want that one to count, that's fine.
I think
I
that
think-
should count.
I think
We're
it's-
already
Yeah,
we're
that
already
counts. That should be
Okay.
good.
Then my question for you tonight. I don't know that I want to be this mean, actually, now that I think about it.
You should.
Do it.
Save it for next time.
I
Guys,
don't know.
It must be pretty mean if Christians even questioning it. I mean,
It's probably who do you hate in the group the most?
Easy.
I mean, remember the early 2000 teens?
Like just
Like
teens
20
in general, or someone specifically? What do you mean?
Just all of y'all living together. A lot of bad memories there.
I got no bad memories.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Go ahead, ask us your really mean question.
Uh,
Or not.
who do you like the least out of the group?
Okay.
Easy. Mr. Pickles.
Okay. And why?
Because he's just disappeared and never came back.
He's probably looking for the Dragon Balls. Or Tiamat's chromatic balls, to be specific. Sorry.
Fine.
I mean, those are not hard to find. or they are hard to find. But he already has 2 of them, so I guess they're actually not that hard to find. But yeah, I mean, he had his own agenda. He wasn't sticking to you guys' jaunt through the forest, you know?
I mean, it's just not much of a team player.
He probably took one look at Lambros and was like, Psh, I'm not getting stuck in there with those idiots. I'm going to go get my chromatic balls.
Deuces.
All right, so Tug has shared his least favorite member of the group. Ranger Steve, how about you, Cameron?
Skip me for now. Hold on.
Oh, okay. How about you, Jared? What is Tyrell's least favorite member of the group?
Skip me. Hold on. Just kidding.
Okay. Billy, Kobe, what is Billy's?
Oh, you know how I am. I'm a zoo warrior, right? So if you're a zoo warrior, we're bros for life. But my least favorite member of the crew's got to be Tug because he thinks he's a god. He's not. Helm is the only god. And, that gets under your skin. I'm going to convert him. It's going to happen. He will be converted. But for now, behind that, the next person who makes fun of Helm the most is probably Ranger Steve. So he's got to be number 2, and then Tyrell doesn't say anything. So that's how I rank him.
All right. Back to Jared and Tyrell. Tyrell, what's
Wait,
your...
are we 2 different people?
Huh?
Are we 2 different people? I didn't know.
I'm saying your name and then your character's name so that if anyone's watching the stream, they know what your real name is at the start here. This is the metagaming portion until we're done with the fun facts.
What was the question?
I'm also absolving you of
I'm
any
changing my
responsibility.
answer. Tyrell's my least favorite. I'm erasing it on my screen. Tug, you've been promoted to second least favorite.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
So Tyrell, Jared, who is your least favorite in the group?
For the sake of answering this question of why, that I think it wasn't even a real question. It was just offered up as maybe you should do this one. And I like to keep harmony with the group as best I can. I'll just say Tyrell is my least favorite character.
Wow, a turn of events. I did not foresee this coming. Why? Okay, so Tyrell is your least favorite. Why is Tyrell your least favorite?
Sometimes he has too many thoughts in his head.
I just want to zoom in. This is the man who has too many thoughts in his head.
And maybe he should just spit it out.
You do look like you're thinking about something.
Yeah, that indecisiveness puts you from number 3 to number 1. It was a crazy jump. You jumped.
See,
you did like a front flip, which is what usually Ranger Steve does, but you did a front flip over him and over.
I think I answered correctly. So do I get any prizes?
You win the surprised Christian award. You surprised me. I didn't see that answer coming. So congratulations. You're the first person to ever receive this award. I hope you cherish it and hold it very dear and near to your heart.
Yeah.
Cameron, how about Ranger Steve? Who is Ranger Steve's least favorite member of the group?
Yeah, it's absolutely Tyrell. I'm a fairly impatient person, so the amount of clenched fists and thoughts in my head as he's speaking, or
So even after your spat with Tug last time.
Even after, see, I know what Tug is, and for the most part, he's avoided dragging me along, and I think he might have learned his lesson. If not, we can do that later. But consistently, it has been Tyrell. Yes.
If I had to guess, though, if there was someone to chew with their mouth open, it would probably be Tug and not Tyrell, though, right? If that were to occur, Would Tug then take the place of Tyrell for your most disliked member of the party?
Yeah. Yep. So I guess mine could jump around from moment to moment. So if we are sitting at a table and it is quiet and someone is chewing loudly or snapping their claws.
Or playing the Kit Kat
Or
commercial?
praising Helm.
Yep. Anything along those lines, then yes, that person, that momentarily, they would be my least favorite person.
But he did say, he answered correctly earlier. He said, with consistency, it's been Tyrell.
But it has with consistency, yes. It's every time we have to be like, when someone asks where's Tyrell, I have to close my eyes and count to 10. And
I'm just
Well, guys, I'm shocked. I thought I was going to take 3 out of 4 here.
I was gonna say, I thought at least Billy would get 1 vote, but you guys seem to have moved on. You're a very forgiving group apparently, unless it's Tyrell. So even Tyrell holds Tyrell in pretty critical eyes. So
I had Tyrell at my top spot in the group. I'm at the top spot, but I had him just below me. But he was too indecisive. I had to move him down.
So I'll ask this. I guess all you guys are totally cool with Tony then, huh? Because
he is not a member of the crew.
I don't know.
Not a member.
You guys sent him on a quest. You sent him on a quest.
I got rid of him.
He's a momentary instance for me. When he's around, I wish I had put an arrow through his face.
Wow.
And for whatever reason, I didn't.
What has he done?
Christian, just so you know, my personality traits. One of my personality traits is hate Tony. I have it written down. So.
I could have ended him, and I didn't because I'm,
not a murderer.
Not a murderer, but he has.
But you're saying you regret not being a murderer.
I wouldn't say that, but he's chipping away at it. He really is. Every time we've talked to him,
he's been nothing but nice to you guys.
He's, he's hiding something with his niceness.
We know what he's hiding. He made a deal with the demon. Can't lie. He's a bad guy.
Is it anyone? What if someone made a deal with the demon for a good cause?
I don't care. You make your deals with Helm, or you get out.
Okay, I understand that from Billy's perspective. That makes sense to me. But without further ado, we can get started. So last time you guys were in the cave, the pleasure cave. Looked much like a butthole. I'll kind of roll over here again. You can see they're very voluptuous cheeks of the cave that you've entered.
Oh yeah.
I would just like to say that I am feeling buff. I don't know, I just am feeling one today. Everybody stand back.
Yeah, so
have you watched the stream yet? You've got big old titties.
So I've got new character cards for you guys. Billy's here, Ranger Steve.
If I try to watch the stream, it screws up still.
You should get a
somebody take a picture of your computer screen and send
it
to Josh.
I'll do it. I'll send it to Josh.
I've already got one taken. I've got it.
You can see it. I got it.
Because Josh, this is the official D&D image of Blibdu Pulip. I mean, this is the statue I described as well.
You look horrible.
First came on.
I don't even have an invite to the stream.
You go up and click on my next to my name says live, but they're gonna send a text message to you.
Oh, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
He's down.
What's wrong with that picture?
Nothing. I was just letting you know what your character card is now, essentially.
He changed it. If you've seen it in the past, it's been changed.
No, that's always been Blibdu Pulip, but I changed from the 3D models to these images. Billy and Ranger Steve, I did their illustrations, and you guys' are kind of screen grabs from something, but I don't know. I kind of want to redo the style of these. But yes, without further ado, you guys fought a bunch of phase spiders and won. You definitely came away from the fight with a level up, but also with maybe a little bit of a appreciation for the deadliness of phase spiders, confined spaces, and noxious gas from mushrooms. So, as of right now, you guys were continuing down the right side of the cave, sort of tunnel, it's curving off to the left. The other side, Tug had cast web and obstructed the hallway. So there was no way to go through that one without either removing the web or trying to traverse through it. The hall in front of you has been kind of decluttered of a lot of things, just based on the fight that you had, based on Ranger Steve shooting his decanter of endless water down the hallway, and the phase spiders coming and going. But it is up to you guys what you want to do, how you want to proceed, if you want to go deeper into the pleasure cave or exit. Maybe you've spent enough time in here. You know that the sort of air is getting warmer as you go deeper into the cave, which is a little odd because you would typically assume that it gets colder as it goes deeper into the cave, but that is not the case here.
So I want to be honest with you guys.
What's wrong?
I am terrified of spiders.
What?
So when we first entered this cave, I was really hoping we'd go for and then Tug really wanted to go the other side. We'd kind of had a spat, so I kind of agreed. We saw those spider webs. I turned into the bark armor I've got. It kind of hid my face the entire time. And then we kind of checked the webs out, and nothing really happened. And so I was like, okay, maybe it's deserted. So I was really happy when we kind of flipped positions, and I was in the middle. And then they kind of popped out, and before I could react, we were fighting, so I didn't really have the opportunity to really be terrified. And now that we're coming down from that battle, I'm shook.
Have you browned your trousers?
Not yet, but I can't promise that if we run into some more. So I'm voting for just taking out. Let's go the other way. Let's go back the other direction.
I don't know. We did get rid of these spiders. There's no guarantee that they're spiders.
Yeah, but my nerve is gone at the moment, so I can't promise that I won't just panic. So just want to be honest with you guys.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you fought through the fear. I definitely deal with fear and incompetencies in my life, and I think you did a really good job back there. And maybe you can make it this time.
Well, I think what happened was they just kind of popped out because they're the face spiders. They were just coming and going and like disappearing, and it kind of threw me for a loop.
Would a song help you to cheer up and be encouraged to go through this? I know when it's called the Itsy Bitsy Spider.
No, stop.
The Rangers bout.
No.
Oh, sorry. Was that the wrong way to encourage you?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
So I'm cool with going back the other direction. If you guys are wanting to go forward, we're gonna have to have a couple meat shields in front of me.
Christian, can I go and carve out a spider eye? Put it in my inventory.
Sure.
Awesome.
I mean, you can walk next to me.
Is there anybody else?
I mean,
I can sing that song again if you want.
You said
no.
You really
Okay. No.
I don't know if you really want me. I don't know.
No, I think I want you to go first.
Sure.
So, yep.
We got that web behind us, so we're stuck here for a little while. We might as well go explore.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd rather be with you guys than be by myself. So if we're gonna head that direction, then I'll come with you guys. But just letting you know, the nerve is broke now that we're out of this battle. We came down from that battle high.
Did you know that in the 5th chapter of the Book of Helm that there are no spiders within the bosom of Helm? And
Well,
that's where
seeing as that's
forever.
Seeing as that's not a real book, that's fiction. I can't believe it. So
Well, you wouldn't have to deal with spiders if you just accepted him into your heart.
But you dealt with spiders, and we were in this cave together.
Well, not in the afterlife. If you die, you may have to deal with spiders in hell. I can't guarantee what kind of spider hell that you go to, but I'm sure it's filled with lots of spiders.
Spider hell does sound like an extra layer of bad for some people. I'm just gonna start using that on a daily basis. Instead, I'm just gonna be like, you could go to spider hell.
I know how to scare Teddy now.
Oh man.
Why would you want to scare your son?
He's
Well, I
his.
can't wait till he's old enough that I can like jump around corners and scare him and stuff.
Oh, just like Aaron.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to shellfish to this day because my dad scared me with a crab leg when I was young.
Don't think that has anything to do with allergies.
Nope,
so.
it's psychosomatic. It's not an actual allergy, but it is in my mind.
Psychosomatic, like you can start fires with your mind.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
I'm on fire, Ricky Bobby. Okay, so yeah, onward into the cave. Tyrell, you're leading the way. Tug, you're watching the rear of Ranger Steve, and I'll be in front, behind Tyrell.
All right. So you, Tyrell, how do you want to proceed forward?
Probably with my left foot first.
All right, you put your
God
left
damn it.
foot out first and set it down.
Okay. Did the ground feel okay? Like it
It's a
doesn't
little
feel
wet and kind of mucky, but you've been standing in the same stuff for a minute, so.
it's not like quicksand.
No, you can roll perception if you want to see if it is quicksand.
Yeah, I look back at the guys and I can tell they're still kind of annoyed that I'm not just moving. But I want to go ahead and roll perception. Yeah.
All right, go ahead. And
Remind me, where's perception?
wisdom.
I want to hold on to
So that's
Billy's tail.
Okay.
Just
You
where he doesn't know about it. Just comforting to myself. He doesn't know about it.
It's
more
kind of
like a
wrapped
staff.
around him, so I mean you can
Well, just
grab
like
on.
some outer tuft. You know,
Yeah,
just
you got it.
I know it's pretty fluffy. So
It's you
Do
know
I see
as soon
his
as he.
shadow leaning over me?
His drift globe is still kind of floating out, so it's emanating a strong enough light that it's kind of it does cast a bit of a shadow, but
Okay.
you Ranger Steve, you know when he starts to walk, he's gonna feel the resistance of you holding on to it, but you also feel that he may recognize that you just need a little support right now. So, but Tyrell, what did you roll on your perception?
That'd be a 16.
Okay. All right. Yeah. As far as you know, you've never even seen quicksand, but if you had, you would know that this is not it.
Okay, then I put my right foot forward.
Same mucky, sucky kind of ground.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay. Are you ready to proceed faster?
Yeah, just a
At
little
this
bit.
point, you're only looking at your feet. So as you look up, you realize that you're about to walk into one of the strands of the spider web.
watch out.
I don't watch out.
You walk into the spider web. You sort of hit it as it comes into your chest. As you hit it, you see it sort of twitch, and it sort of goes out and sends a shockwave through the rest of the webs that kind of curl around the tunnel. And you kind of see that it is pretty well stuck to your chest. Like, you haven't put your hands on it or anything yet, but you realize that you're going to be kind of immobile here. Do you want to do anything? Do you want to...
You guys remember the picture of the kid, the face on his picture day, and he's wearing pajamas because he didn't realize it was picture day. That's the face I'm making as I look back to everybody, and
I'm giving him the surprise Pikachu face.
So,
All right, I'll go and cut the strands with my dagger, but I'm going to watch out for the spores on
Sure.
the ground and for other bits of this web. So
sure thing. You kind of walk underneath his legs, and Tyrell is still sort of not necessarily
Don't go.
paralyzed,
Don't go.
but still. Ranger Steve, you're kind of following closely behind as Billy crosses under the legs of Tyrell and cuts the strand. You see the web sort of twitch down the corridor one more time, and this time you hear some chittering, some clicking of maybe spider legs on the wall of the cave.
Hey, Tug, when'd your spell end?
Not for another hour.
God damn.
It's gonna be okay. I put my hand on his shoulder, and he immediately can feel relief.
Is it which hand? Your human hand or your claw hand?
the claw.
I guess the human hand.
All right. Ranger Steve, it's up to you how you take this here. So you feel the presence, the hand, the hit with intent of friendship, rest on your shoulder and say, "Hey, it's gonna be all right." From Tug behind you.
All right, I want to tap it twice and thanks, buddy.
Tyrell, do you
Mhm.
have a cantrip for freezing or for fire? Tyrell.
I do have for freezing, yes.
Okay, can you go in front of me and just continuously spam your cantrip and freeze these webs, and I will go through and just knock them down with some daggers?
Maybe.
Yeah, you should do that.
What? You might need help. What is spam?
You just continuously do it. Whenever you think, what should I be doing, you should be spamming your Ray of Frost at these things.
I can try. Am I relieved from the spider webs?
He cut the spider webs. Yes.
I move behind him.
Okay. Do I have enemies in front of me now?
Not that you can tell. You can still hear.
I turn my dagger around, so the hilt side is facing forward, and I jam him like I'm poking him in the butt with it. So. Hurry up!
So Tyrell, you get a little bit of a push from behind from Billy. You can hear the scuttles, the chittering, the little scratches of legs on cave walls echo through the chamber, but you can't see anything just yet.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
There are mushrooms still lining either side of the rather narrow cave tunnel.
How's everybody's health doing? How are we all?
We're full health. Everyone's full health.
When you guys leveled up, you get your surge of power essentially, so you got your HP back.
Do we get our spell slots back?
I guess I could be nice enough to do that, but I would say that your spell slots are going to remain where they were at, because this is going to be considered like one big encounter essentially. So
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't redo my spells, but I figured it made sense.
I'm gonna poke him in the butt again. Cast your frost.
What am I casting the frost at?
It's just the webs that you continuously walk into.
I don't see any.
You just throw it down the hallway. Just a big cone down the middle. You can do it. Just like, human height. Whatever height you guys are, a couple gnomes tall.
Can I perceive that they're actually continuous webs, or can I strategically decide when I should cast the frost?
It's up to you how you want to go. Billy has told you to continuously spam Ray of Frost, but your brain works how your brain works. There's no perceivable way to, systematically eliminate each and every web. There's just a ton of them in front of you.
Okay, but they're all right here, and they're like,
Yeah, you get the sense that while these may not stop, people, it will at least slow them down and alert whatever's deeper in the cave to your presence. That these are tripwires in a sense.
okay, I'll cast a ray of frost.
All right, you cast Ray of Frost. You kind of feel the surge through your chest out into your arm, course through your forearm and out your hand. As Ray of Frost is cast, you do your best to try and hit as many of the webs as possible. It does sort of send a little bit of a shockwave. You can see the ice crystals start to form on the path that your Ray of Frost has taken, sort of this cone that extended out, and you can see the little shimmer of light that is reflecting from Ranger Steve's drift globe.
Okay, Tyrell, are you able to see which ones are the webs now that they are frosted over? Maybe you could you have an axe or a dagger or short sword or something? If not, I will give you my hand axe.
Yeah, I mean, I got a dagger. It sounds like, do you want to go ahead of me? Like, I think you got a good plan.
Okay, but I will not be able to reach the ones that are at your chest level and head level. I'd have to jump to get those. I'm not going to jump.
Looking back at the webs, Tyrell, you do notice that it's kind of dead center through the webs here. So Billy may be able to get about half of them, but it means that the rest of you, they're going to have to duck. Or
Well, I'll go on the left side and start hacking away, but I'm going to watch out for spores.
All right.
Okay, so if you take the lower ones left
Yep.
side, and I take the higher ones right side, maybe that'll cover most of it.
That's a good plan.
All right. You guys kind of proceed very methodically through. You make it all the way through to the intersection where you notice there are now 3 pathways you can go down. So you see ahead of you, off to your right, a sharp turn. And then in front of you, 2 paths that veer off to the left, which appear like circle back to the entrance, and another one that kind of goes off to the right and loops around. So these are curved hallways, as best as you can tell.
Tug, what are your lobster senses telling you?
Can I pull out my crystal ball and take a gander?
Sure. So you're kind of at the back of the curve. You got your crystal ball of true sight. You pull out of your bag of holding. You look forward. You see your teammates, your companions as they are. They are as you last saw them. Nothing new, nothing different. You look ahead. You see, some mushrooms and spider webs, but there's no illusions here. There's no traps. It appears as if it is just spider webs, mushrooms, and the cave itself.
Okay, and there's 3 paths, 1 dead ahead and 1 on the left and right.
Yes, so yeah, one to the left, 1 straight ahead that kind of eventually curves off to the right, and then there's a really sharp turn to your right that leads around on a curve as well.
Hey, I reset my spells. As far as I could remember, I only used web last time. Does anybody have any other memories than that?
You used Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame, that's right. I thought I did something else too.
Sorry, Tug. I was in the heat of battle. And I think Ranger Steve was shitting himself. And
Sacred Flame's the cantrip of mine.
Yeah, I just saying that's what you used. I didn't know what it was.
Okay, yeah. So I'm good. I can use cantrips, don't matter. All right, so
you do see, I guess I'll describe a little bit farther. You can look down all of the paths ahead of you. You see to your left and the one that kind of forks off to the right. Both of those are like almost impassable with large mushrooms. They've got this green sort of bioluminescence to them, and you can see these little tendrils, these little feelers, sort of wriggling out, just blowing around in the air. Like you can see it kind of breathe in and breathe out.
To the right.
Mm-hmm. That's to the left. To your sharp right, like immediate right, like right here.
Yeah.
This is more spider webs, like you've seen before.
Okay.
So you essentially have.
Can I hear anything, Christian? My passive perception is 17. Can I hear anything that's like down that right side?
So you know, just based on the way that they came down the tunnel previously, that the sound you're hearing deeper into the cave off to your sharp right is indeed spiders.
You guys, this side sounds like it's okay.
But like, what does it sound like if it sounds okay?
Well, it sounds like spider webs. You know how spider webs sound.
Oh yeah, I've got frost. We can just
Yep. You want to do the same plan down this right side?
Yeah. Does anybody else have any comments?
Wait, what? Your passive perception? What is that?
Just how I observe the universe. Listen, I'm a gnome. I got to be able to see things you guys can't. I got to get around because I don't have good height, so I got to be perceptive.
I don't have perception written down anywhere.
That's not my fault.
Your passive wisdom perception is a little box all the way underneath your charisma.
Yeah, you got wisdom, charisma, passive. Yeah, I don't have anything filled out in that.
We'll have to get that figured out for you.
Mine's very high. I think that's because I'm a gnome, and Helm allows me to see things that others can't.
Well,
that's very possible.
I'm a gnostic. We are extremely wisdomatic, so I bet I've got.
That's not a word.
It is too. It is too.
Wisdomatic?
Trust me. Listen, don't question, just trust, all right?
Wisdomatic, hypnotic, super fresh.
Is wisdomatic, is that something, trust is something someone who's wisdomatic would do? Is wisdomatic based on trust?
That's a deep question. It would take a long time to explain that, so we should just move on.
I'm pretty sure Wisdomatic was a bard, if I learned correctly at my bardic college. He, a bard of rap. You know, he studied rap music quite a bit.
What was his, biggest song, his most popular?
Oh, it was
ballad.
It was Blue and Yellow. Yeah.
Nice.
That was his high school team colors. So he always liked to talk about his team. Blue and yellow, blue and yellow.
So, from what I can see, we got mushrooms on the left and right. That's almost impassable, and spider webs in the front of us, right?
Pretty much.
What if we freeze the mushrooms? So if everybody held their breath, and then you cast your ray of frost at some mushrooms, let's see if the poison fog hurts us if we hold our breath. Don't breathe it in. And maybe if we freeze the mushrooms, we can run across those and not have to deal with any spiders. What do you say, Ranger Steve?
I'd rather avoid any spider webs.
Oh, okay. Well, we could try that.
Can I go? Can I? Well, I don't want to leave Ranger Steve if he's gonna be upset, but
I'll go with you guys. So, if we're gonna.
Well, I would go look at the mushrooms. Like, is there any way we can get?
You can walk up to the mushrooms if you want, Tug. Are you gonna walk? Are you gonna walk past the line of people to get to them, or are you gonna go all the way back around? Because right now you're at the back of the line.
But if I went all the way around, that means I would loop back to where the impassable mushrooms are.
You can assume so, that would be where it leads you, but you don't know for certain.
There's also a big web in the way.
I don't want to go through the web. I say we just keep going through the web. I guess. I mean, we can't make it past the mushrooms, so we gotta.
Well, I was suggesting, maybe if we tried freezing them or putting them on fire and we just held our breath for a second, maybe the gas wouldn't hurt us.
So
And we're all at full health.
Ranger Steve, in your little bit of clarity here and concern, a thought sort of crosses your mind as to why are we going deeper in the cave?
Hey guys, why are we going deeper in the cave?
To kill the bad stuff, level up, be adventurers, badass bitches.
Well, the only reason I can think we're in this cave is the reason I wanted to answer is to maybe find the miracle drink of the treant. But I mean, if we're just gonna encounter all this bullshit, then I'm okay with leaving.
Yeah, okay, that's fine for me.
What?
So you've got two people that are willing to do either thing. Billy and Ranger Steve are indifferent as to whether you go forward or back out of the cave. So it's up to Tyrell and Tug how you guys want to proceed here. They're along for the venture. Even Ranger Steve, who said was, while he may be afraid of spiders, he is willing to confront his fears as a part of the team.
I think maybe this is a good time to say, I may have possibly heard the sound of spiders down the right side of the cave. Maybe just a few more extra ones. So, yeah, I did. I heard spiders.
What are we gonna do for that?
So, Billy, as you're telling the group that you've heard these spiders, you hear kind of like a murmur, almost like a slight whisper. It's a little bit higher than that, but it's the voice of like a female voice, and it's calling out. You just hear it in the distance, like,
Dear, a dear,
help,
a
help, help.
Do I recognize this as like the same tone as the what was the name of that creature that lived in the water that killed Tyrell?
Oh, it is not comparable to the nymph. No.
Okay. Also, guys, there is somebody crying for help in the back. I don't think spiders can cry for help, but then again, are we getting paid to do this? I don't know.
I say we go forward. We go towards the help.
So towards the mushrooms, we want to freeze the mushrooms and see how that pans out. Science.
Is that where you heard the help coming from?
Yes.
Well, is there help in front of us or danger in front of us?
Well, you got to look at it this way. We don't know. We are the help. Someone needs help from us. So we are the danger. So there's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, was Billy the only one able to hear the help?
Yes.
Helm told me about it.
Oh boy.
Well, Helm, who sees all, should be able to lead us right to it. So
yeah, we just need to. What I'm thinking is we either freeze these mushrooms or go down Spider Holloway. So,
I say we go.
Ranger Steve, you think we should maybe light a fire or freeze some mushrooms, hold our breath, and see what happens? Science experiment versus spider experiment.
Yeah, I mean,
We were able to handle the spiders pretty well. I think we need to just keep on keeping on.
Ranger Steve, what do you think about fighting spiders?
I'm not into it, but I love you guys, and I'll protect you if we're gonna go that direction.
I mean, I'm just saying we do it one time just to see what happens if we, cast Ray of Frost at some mushrooms. Perhaps they no longer can feel us, and perhaps we can just run across the top of them.
Well, then do it.
I don't have a Ray of Frost.
Okay, I cast Ray of Frost at the mushroom.
I hold my mouth. I hold my hand up to my mouth and nose and make sure I don't breathe in anything.
You have Ray of Frost? Tug? Yeah. Okay. So, just like Tyrell before you, you cast Ray of Frost right at the sort of cluster of mushrooms, and you see the little tiny feelers, the little sort of whiskers of the mushrooms freeze and become completely still. The bioluminescent green still sort of shows through the slight ice that you've, kind of crystallized on the mushrooms themselves, but you notice that the feelers are no longer moving.
Can I walk up and break a feeler off?
Sure. So you go up and you try and grab one of the feelers of the, a less intimidating looking mushroom, and it sort of breaks off in your fingers, and you kind of wait for the puff of gas, and there's nothing.
Oh my gosh. We should just cast Ray of Frost down this other way and walk across these mushrooms.
Can I keep this thing? Can I put this in my bag of holding?
Sure.
Is it gonna thaw, or is it gonna be? What am I?
I'm not gonna tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, it could grow a whole new species inside your bag of holding, and now all of our stuff has a giant fungus on it. That's
Ooh.
poisonous.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it could.
it could. Yeah. No.
It could not too.
Or, you could sell it for like a gold piece later on.
I don't even think it's worth risking that. I think I'm just gonna drop it down on the ground.
All right, you kind of hovered it over your bag of holding for half a second, and then the gears started turning in your head, and you're like, I don't need this junk, and you just kind of let it drop to the ground. So you guys are welcome to proceed forward if you want to go.
Yeah,
down
I'm gonna
this...
go. I'm gonna go stand on a frozen mushroom.
All right. So, Billy, when you go to stand in the mushroom, you notice that there's a little bit of give to it, but it's not a lot. Your weight, benefits you in that it's not gonna hold too much of an effect on the mushroom. But you get the sense that anything a little bit heavier than you even is going to maybe break free a mushroom from its encapsulation in the ice.
Oh, well, hey guys, it's a little squishy with my weight on here. I imagine, with your weight, as we go through here, you guys might accidentally break some open. So I say we get either Tug or Tyrell in the front, and then the other one in the back, and we just, that word I said earlier, spam. Just continually doing these rays of frost in front and behind. And, we make sure we get out of here pretty quick. Just cover our bases.
So, Tug, you continuing down the path, just freezing stuff as you go?
Well, I mean, Ranger Steve, anybody watching Ranger or?
Ranger is in the back of the group now.
Yeah, there's no spiders this way, so.
Well, why isn't Tyrell should keep doing the Ray of Frost, and I'll stay with Ranger.
Okay, Tyrell, you want to lead the way?
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Okay,
right.
let's do this a bit of a run, just in case it starts to freeze over. I think that'd probably be best.
Well,
All
what do
right.
you?
I'm just saying, I think that would be best. We don't have to, but I say, like freeze and hurry through some of the stuff and before it thaws.
Oh, I see.
And before we break stuff and get trapped in poisonous gas.
So, Tyrell, how are you proceeding? You're leading the group.
Am I standing on a mushroom right now?
You're not actively standing on one. They seem to cling to the side of the path and kind of, grow larger in size as you go deeper. You're having to kind of thread the needle, so to speak, hunch down a little bit, maybe suck it in as you narrowly go through two here and there, and you notice it is getting more cramped as you go deeper down this pathway.
Cramped as in like what, like 1 gnome wide?
Like it's uncomfortable. You can't stand up fully. You have to kind of, twist your body in uncomfortable ways and hold it there so you're not pressing against anything too firmly. You've essentially continued to cast Ray of Frost in front of you until you've gotten to the point that you can't advance any farther unless you're going to cut a mushroom down.
Maybe we could cut a frozen mushroom.
the mushrooms in front of you are already frozen, but until this point, you haven't had to necessarily put any weight or cut any of them down yet.
Hey, what do you guys think? I can climb. I don't think I'll break these mushrooms. I could go forward and see what else is here.
Yeah, it is a small location. It might be.
All right, I'm gonna proceed forward as far as I can with the frozen mushroomness.
So you're gonna try and perceive just how crazy it gets, or how much.
No, I'm just gonna move forward. If the mushrooms are frozen, I'm just gonna try to go over them. I
Okay.
assume that I can fit through
Yeah.
more areas they can or climb over stuff. So
Yeah. So like you had to kind of hop on one mushroom in order to like shoot the gap. There's a little like hole you could get through. You kind of get through, and there's a little bit more of a pocket. It's big enough for you, but it would be difficult for them to make it through the hole and then essentially be in the pocket. There could only be maybe one person. There's not even enough room for you and another person. So if you go any farther, you are going to have to actually physically cut down or remove these mushrooms.
Are any of them frozen?
The ones that you jumped through were frozen, but the ones in the pocket.
How far have I made it?
I mean, you can still see Tyrell sort of through the little hole of the mushrooms. You can kind of put your hand up, and he can see you through. But you're no more than real 6 gnomes in front of him.
Okay.
You can kind of shout back to the group what you see, or can.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell them what I see. Hey guys, it looks about this is about as far as I can go before we have to cut something down. If we want to check out what it's like if we cut something down, maybe we go back to the beginning and cut a frozen mushroom, and see if anything bad happens. If it does, we just skedaddle on out of here. But if not, if it's good, if we cut down a frozen mushroom, maybe we can just freeze stuff and cut and get through this thing. I'm open for suggestions.
Sounds good to me.
Does it?
So you guys gonna leave Billy in this pocket here to go
Oh,
and explore?
I'm getting back to the
Okay.
the group. Yeah.
Yeah, so you kind of wedge yourself back out of the mushroom, and you're back in the tunnel with the rest of the crew.
Well, guys, I know I don't like spiders, but these mushrooms seem a little unpredictable, so if I can see that we're gonna head towards the spiders, I'll try my best, but that's where I'm gonna leave it.
What do you guys think about maybe freezing the mushrooms at the opening back at the beginning, and cutting a small one and seeing what happens? Any thoughts?
What are you expecting to happen?
I'm expecting a frozen mushroom to do nothing when we cut it, and it just falls over. But if it's the live mushroom, maybe those feelers come out and attack us. Maybe all the spores let off at once, and it's a big cloud of poison gas. But if we're back at the opening, there's less poison gas coming towards us, and that's good.
I mean, I could shoot
mushrooms.
I could shoot a mushroom in a pretty safe distance away. That's frozen with an arrow.
We could try that as well. Yeah,
it has a
I
reaction.
like that idea.
All right, so Ranger Steve and Billy and everybody, you guys kind of move back to a safe distance as far as you can tell. The mushrooms by you at the moment are small enough and far enough away from the one that you've targeted over in the distance that you'll be kind of okay if you do set anything off. So, Ranger Steve, you aim your shot right at the mushroom. Give me a roll to see if you hit your target. Dexterity modifier.
Dexterity 16.
All right. You strike the mushroom right in the cap. The arrow kind of demolishes it, and it's not as much of a reactionary sort of puff of green smoke that you've seen before, but it's like a lesser sort of I guess, trace element of it. So it still releases some gas into the air, but it's not like a directed aggression. It's more of like a release, and the mushroom kind of crumples and dies on the ground.
Tug, Tyrell, do any of you guys have a fire cantrip? Maybe we could see what happens if we set a mushroom on fire.
Yeah, I can.
You gonna
Wait,
try
so
and-
did we not get this mushroom cut down?
You guys backed up for a safe distance and shot an arrow at one of the frozen mushrooms to see what happened, and it released sort of a whiff of gas, but it wasn't a aggressive sort of targeted puff like you've experienced before when you agitated them.
Okay.
So you get the sense that it
it's still in a-
expelled the gas that it had within, but it wasn't a direct attack like it
But
was
it's
before.
still in our way, in other words.
Yes, it revealed to you that it does still release some of the gas within the mushroom, but it is a lesser amount, and once the mushroom's dead, essentially, it doesn't emanate any more of that.
Okay, well, I have a logger axe. Can I not just go and cut the mushroom down?
If you want to do that, you can.
Well,
You'll be being that close to it, you'll be exposed to even the smallest amount of puff.
But you already shot it and it let its puff out. I'm gonna go cut it down.
Okay.
We're all right.
want to stand back.
Yep.
I'm gonna put my hand over my mouth.
Stay still.
So
Yeah.
Tug, you come all the way. You want to go to where you couldn't? It was impassable, or you just want to go to the first mushroom you see and cut it?
Well, what did I miss here? I thought we were at a mushroom that was blocking our way, and Billy Banger climbed over it and couldn't see anything, and then Ranger Steve shot an arrow at it.
You missed the part where they backed up farther into closer to the entrance of the cave and tested it on a smaller mushroom earlier in the cave.
I didn't. I don't know if I broke up or what, but I didn't hear any of that. Okay, well then, no. I don't want to go all the way back in and cut the mushroom back. Billy, could you not see around the mushroom? Is the path closed?
I could not see around the mushroom, and I wasn't going to press the issue in case it was to go bad. So I'm suggesting we do science experiments on these mushrooms before we proceed forward.
Okay, well
That's what Helm would want.
I'll take the logger axe and try to cut down the small one that already had the puff come out.
All right, you take the axe and you hack into it, and there's no more puff of smoke. The arrows pretty much demolished the mushroom as a whole, but there's almost no sort of gas that emanates from this. I mean, it was already destroyed, kind of blew its load or whatever, so it was gone.
Try a fresh mushroom.
So why don't we go shoot the big mushroom up a couple times and then cut it down?
We could do that. What if we used fire from like back here and just lit them all on fire?
Because what if it caught the gas on fire that they expel, and then?
Well, that's why we stand back here.
Yeah, but fire and gas, I agree. You mentioned scientific. It could be a little more bang for our buck than we're willing to cash in.
Could be explosive.
Tug, do you still have chaos magic?
And give that a try.
So our options are cast fire down through there or chaos magic.
What if we just lit a small mushroom on fire? That would be a tiny explosion, right?
Not if it caught the other ones on fire.
We're still technically within a cave.
You guys are in a tunnel, a series of tunnels that are pretty much wide enough for one person comfortably, and you can kind of squeak past each other if you make a effort to do so, but also then putting you in the danger zone of potentially setting off the mushrooms if you get too close.
What if we just held our breath when the mushrooms hit us, guys? You know, we all take a quick test, and we stomp on a mushroom nearby, and we all put our hands over our mouths and nose and see if we take any damage. To see if that would help.
I mean, my water jug that I always forget the name of,
Decanter of
Um,
endless water.
decanter of endless water.
Mm.
I might be able to,
Blast some
put it on
mushrooms.
full blast and at least, get more than one affected at a time.
I like it. Let's do it.
So you're gonna hose down the mushrooms?
Yeah, once they're frozen, and just open the some bitch and just
Oh.
see.
Yeah,
So-
if he got a huge blast on frozen mushrooms, that might knock them all off. And it would shoot the fog out too.
Okay, I like this.
So you're gonna blast the already frozen mushrooms with the water.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my hand over my mouth and nose again.
So you move kind of forward where you guys had shot the ray of frost at the mushrooms before. You which activation, which nozzle are you using on your decanter of endless water?
Full blast. So geyser.
The geyser. All right. You sort of uncork the decanter of endless water, speak the command word of geyser, and it kind of thrusts back in your hands as you brace yourself, shooting the force of like the jet of water out towards the mushrooms. You can see some of those smaller ones are knocked off and fall to the ground, but you can see some of the bigger ones sort of resist the force of the, water. You can see that they're rooted into the cave system pretty thoroughly, and you can see that the bigger ones are still intact, but the smaller ones you've kind of knocked away. So while you don't have to necessarily tiptoe around as much as you used to, you know that the big ones are still going to be an issue here. So now all the mushrooms have this sort of dripping wet sheen to them. They look like they're potentially melting, maybe.
And how far can we see at this moment?
You can only see about 15 feet in front of you before the mushrooms either become so thick you can't proceed, or that the curve of the tunnel hinders your vision, impedes it, or whatever.
Could you refreeze the mushrooms that are already wet? And then blast them again? Or maybe we cut the big ones down now that they have an extra layer of ice on them?
Tyrell,
yeah, I think
I need
about-
you to roll perception for me.
Oh shit. That's a 7 total.
Okay. I need everyone to roll initiative. Okay, dokie.
Alrighty. Bam, 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 bam. Guys, we've made it so far. This is good work.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and say your name and your number.
Bailey, 17.
Steve 9.
Yeah, here we go.
Tyrell.
Tyrell got a 5.
I got a 9.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to go last.
Okay. Tyrell, you've been kind of preoccupied, lost in your 1,000-yard stare of how you can sort of work your way through this tunnel safely with the mushrooms or either the spiders. And just as you get a sort of scratching sensation on the back of your head where you would normally be like you're thinking scratch, you realize that the scratch is something else, and that you turn around and see a phase spider hanging from the ceiling, and its tendrils, its little teeth, sort of nipping at the back of your hair. You sort of reel back, and it drops down to the floor and scurries up to your legs, and it's gonna try and bite you. Does an 18?
Oh no!
Does an 18 break your armor class?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So as it crawls up, it takes a big sort of toothy, fangy bite out of your foot, and you take 4 damage. Bailey, it is your turn.
It's stabbing time. Do I see this thing, or do I even notice that this is happening?
So you notice that Tyrell has made some scuffling noises behind you. He's close enough. You heard something sort of thump to the ground, and you turn around to see yet another phase spider attacking the foot of Tyrell.
Oh, this again. All right, I'm gonna run over and try to get around Tyrell without touching a mushroom and stab this thing in the eye.
All right.
With my... I have pulled out Talon, my dagger.
Gotcha. You managed to work your way around. You're small enough. The mushrooms aren't going to hinder you too much, and these are the frozen ones. So you make your way over to the spider. Go ahead and give me a roll to see if you break the armor class.
Okay. I'm definitely breaking the armor class here. Total of a 21.
Dang, all right. Go ahead and roll damage.
Alrighty. 1d8 pierce and 1d8 poison. Unless it's resistant.
It is not resistant to either.
10. Stab, stab, stab right in the face.
All right. So you can tell this is a good hit. You stab it right in the face, and you even like kind of pop a couple of its eyes. Like the dagger.
I had some practice earlier.
Yeah.
You know how you pop an eye out. So
the dagger goes in, and you get this squishy sort of burst of purple blood that kind of sprays out, and spackles your squirrel tail even farther. The spider isn't dead, but you can see it kind of shake its head, and it sort of blinks in and out of existence, but it doesn't seem to be blinking in a good trajectory. It seems to be just blinking in any direction it possibly can to just get away from you at this point that you've injured its eyes. So it sort of scurries back into the cave a little bit. You can see it's still sort of shuddering back there, but you've got it on its heels at this point. It has at least receded into its own webs a little bit, but it's not quite deep enough.
Is Tyrell also covered in some of the goo?
Not as much because you kind of took some of the pop, but any
yeah.
of the eyes that you popped that went over your hat managed to, kind of splash on Tyrell a little bit.
Okay, good. All right, that ends my turn.
Steve, Ranger Steve, so you're at the far end. You can tell that your worst fear has been realized, and there is a spider coming from the other direction. You kind of look behind you towards the mushrooms, and you can see that, even a spider would have a little bit of difficulty getting through there, but you also know that these spiders can kind of phase in and out of this plane, so you don't know if they have ease of use of the tunnels without the hindrance of the mushrooms, but there's not any spider behind you right now. All you can kind of hear right now is the scurrying and the scuffles of a fight. You can, only assume you know exactly what it is without necessarily directly seeing it, making eye contact.
I just want to prepare, I suppose. Yeah, so I can't see anything in front of me. So, yep, I'm not going to take off quite yet. I want to help my friends out, so I'm just going to get in a prepared stance with my axe.
All right. Which way are you facing? I know your player card is deceptive because you're facing both ways at the same time, but are you facing towards Tug and the group, or are you facing back towards the mushrooms, I guess? Or you could be looking down the tunnel that breaks off to the left, and you assume goes back to the front of the cave as well.
Yeah, so since, I can kind of swing in either direction, I'm gonna face the side we haven't, so down that one.
The mushroom one, like this one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You focus your vision, you got your axe out, and you're prepared. Even if it's a spider that's going to come down, you will not have the drop made on you, essentially. You are ready to see something come at you. That then brings us to Tug. What you going to do?
Can I cast Firebolt at the spider that was on the run?
So it's out of your line of sight at this point. It's a little bit farther down the tunnel, with Tyrell and Billy sort of standing in the way. The best you can kind of see right now is the legs. But it would be a hell of a shot. You can attempt to make it. It is not completely out of the question, but you're gonna have to shoot past Tyrell and Billy, and you don't have a great sight line on this thing.
Could he use his careful magic?
He could if he wanted.
But I can see its legs.
I mean, you like through, or behind them. Yes, Billy and Tyrell. You can just see its legs sort of clinging to the ceiling and moving around, trying to regain its sight that had been stabbed out of its head.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna attack it.
Okay.
Do I need to use careful? I'll use careful magic though.
Okay, so you're gonna use 2 of your sorcery points to make sure that Tyrell and Billy are not gonna be affected by the firebolt, if it comes to that. But go ahead and give me a D20 roll with disadvantage because the.
No, it's only 1 sorcery point. I can protect up to 4 people because it's my charisma modifier.
I thought we discussed you need to designate 1 point for each person you want to protect with the spell. Why would it be based on your...
I don't know, but then I looked it up. I mean, I don't care. We can play it that way. I looked it up and it was it's based off my charisma, but I don't care. We can do it that way.
So you're saying your charisma modifier essentially affects how many people can be affected by your token?
Yes. So careful spell protects creatures from a spell. Spend 1 sorcery point. Protect number of creatures equal to charisma modifier.
Okay. All right. So yeah, just 1 sorcery point, and you can protect both Tyrell and Billy. That will protect them, but I still am going to ask for the disadvantage on the shot because it is going to be it's an obstructed shot. You don't have a great angle, and also they're in the way.
5.
So you cast it out, hurtles right towards what you think is going to be Tyrell's other hand, and then he moves his other hand out of the way as it sort of clangs off of the cave wall and sort of leaves this like smoldering sort of crag of fire from the firebolt.
Oh my god, the spiders have fire now. Steve, run!
Where the fuck did that come from? I don't know.
So yeah, Ranger Steve, all you hear is the spiders have fire now. I don't know if you're afraid of fire either, but it does seem like a crazy combo here. And with that, Tug, if you got nothing else, we'll move on to Tyrell.
I mean, can I look around for other spiders?
Yeah, so you look back towards Ranger Steve, who is sort of guarding the tunnel behind you, directed towards the mushrooms. You don't hear anything, you don't see anything, so as of right now, the only spider you know of is the one that's behind Tyrell and Billy. But with you scanning the area for spiders, Tyrell, after avoiding another hand accident, you kind of look down at your foot and you realize that, while it's a pretty nasty bite, it's not going to hinder you too much, and what you going to do?
Yeah, well, also with all the fire shit that just happened, I'm utterly confused and the shouting. So I always hear fight fire with fire. So I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost at this spider.
Fight fire with fire, so cast Ray of Frost.
Yeah, because I don't actually believe in those. Like when they...
Okay, okay. So, it's a ranged spell attack, so I need you to roll a d20 to see if it hits. You have sightline, so it's not an issue there. No disadvantage roll.
say it does not. It was not a nat one, but it was the next worst.
It was 2. You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that does not break the armor class of the spider, so you cast Ray of Frost out yet again, but you manage to just sort of ice the ground instead. You get the idea that, anybody that walks across that will probably be hindered in some way, shape, or form, but the surface is just slick now. You didn't do any damage to anything. You kind of shot and missed your shot.
Okay. Can I my bonus or whatever I just want to prepare my rope. I don't know if I'm gonna use it yet, but I want to have it ready.
Yeah. So you kind of unfurl your rope. How do you keep your rope? You just wind it around your waist or something? You keep it in a bag or wrap it around your torso? Like what?
Yeah, I think it's usually wrapped around me in some fashion because I think it is a bit of a fashion statement in itself. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It kind of unfurls and it runs up into your hand and it's ready.
He wears it around his neck like a tie.
Very fashionable.
Only when I'm sad.
It's a different kind of tie, but that is very shot art Kai of you. But as Tyrell is preparing his magic rope, Billy, you see that the phase spider has sort of gained its bearings once again. It, had used its movement to kind of recede back into the tunnel. You see that it recedes farther into the tunnel, deeper into the spider webs, enough so that it sort of passes your field of vision. It is no longer in your sight line. So at this point, we're going to drop initiative. How do you guys want to proceed?
Yeah, that spider's going further back in that cave, guys. Do we do we still want to mess around with this cave? Do we want to leave this cave? What's your guys' plans? There's that person who said help, maybe. I don't know. That's what I heard.
Ranger Steve, as you hear the inquiry on the other side, you, through the mushrooms, hear a voice similar to the one that Billy has described, a woman's voice. It seems very distressed, just whispering into the echo of the tunnel repeatedly, just help, help, help.
Hey guys, that voice is coming from this side as well. With you guys at my back or in front of me, preferably, I'm fine with going down the spider tunnel. We've handled these guys pretty well. We don't really know what these mushrooms. It might take us a while to get through these. So, if we want to try and help this person, I would suggest let's go ahead and head down the spider way. We know we can handle that direction.
Hey, Tug, can you get us the your scorching hands or whatever you got there and light this bitch on fire on the website, and we just go ahead and walk down this thing?
Should say the website.
Website. The website. Let's just light these things on fire and just walk through this.
I don't have scorching hands, though. I wish I did. But I can
What do
cast.
you-
I can cast Firebolt.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's
You
just
put
do that.
www not at the beginning, John.
What?
He may
You
have
broke
started
up.
something there. Tyrell's making a internet joke because it sounded like.
Tug doesn't have internet.
Yeah, that one was all lost. Never mind.
I knew what you were doing. Wasn't all lost.
All right,
But-
Tug, you go do that. Steve, have your decanter ready. I'm gonna have my stabby ready, and Tyrell, hit us with some funky, rope magic here. Let's see what you got.
You gonna do anything, Tyrell? You gonna do a little dance with the rope, or just?
Oh, I thought you said rogue magic. I was like, I learned some new stuff.
Can you use the rope as a whip?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I mean, you could smack some stuff.
Booty. Get
So-
some booty holes smacking around.
So as Tyrell is considering the uses of his rope, Tug walks forward and casts Firebolt into the webs. It sort of singes a good middle portion of them, and a fair number fall away to the sides of the cave. There's not very many mushrooms on this side of the cave. In fact, they're getting less and less as you go deeper in this particular portion. But it's going to take a couple firebolts each time in order to kind of send the webs at bay.
Oh, that's fine. I'm walking up next to Tug, and I'm slicing anything that looks like it could trip up. So, Tug, I got your feet here. I'm cutting these webs next to you.
All right.
You firebolt away, buddy.
I'm just fireballing the shit out of all this stuff.
So as you are casting Fireball, you let one loose, and you see the sort of cave illuminate as the fireball bolt travels down the cave and wipes out another section of the webs, but the light also allows you to see the glow of some of the eyes. You can see this time, Billy, as well, that one of those sets of eyes has had some of its eyes stabbed out. So these eyes peering out at you, you notice that there's multiple, not just in one location, but a sort of a mass of eyes.
So you're saying I just see a massive eyes like I would on a regular spider, but some of them are missing.
Some of them are missing, but you see eyes in clusters that belong to other spiders as well.
Oh, looks like yeah. Does anybody have Fireball as a spell? Tyrell.
A fireball. No, that's suicide.
No, I meant yeah. Throw a fireball down in front of us. We'll get behind you. You throw down this hallway.
No, I don't have fireball. That's a fireball.
Does anybody have like a big thing go blasting through here? Because it looks like there's some spiders down there, Ranger Steve. So, like a few.
Yeah, there's a few of them down there.
All right, as you guys are contemplating what to do, go ahead and roll initiative.
All right, here we go.
Steve, 13.
17.
Billy, 17. 16. 16, sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say I also 17.
16, 17 for Tyrell. 16 for Tug. And Steve, you had what? Sorry?
13.
13, gotcha. I knew it was the lowest, but I wanted to make sure.
You guys are wasting all your high rolls.
Maybe. Okay.
I wish that's how probability worked.
Bum, bum, bum. Bah. So, crawling up from where you were discussing shooting flame come teleporting spiders, one with the injured eyes that Billy had previously done. Ranger Steve, you notice sort of as you've been, backing up, facing the mushrooms this entire time, keeping your back to the group, that two phase spiders sort of come from either of the tunnels, and they are coming directly towards you. Phase Spider 1 is going to be up first, the one that Billy had injured before. It's going to blink from the spider webs right on top of Tug, and is going to make an attack. Does 17 break your armor class?
Yeah.
You take 5 damage as the spider blinks and takes a big ol' honking chunk right out of your thigh. That then brings us to Tyrell's turn. Tyrell, you're kind of wedged in between. You know there's spiders on the other side of Tug and Billy, and there are 2 spiders on the other side of Ranger Steve, who you know has admitted to his phobia of these things.
Hey, Ranger Steve, are you doing okay?
You do not have time to ask Ranger Steve how he's doing.
Okay, well, that was just in my head.
Yeah, I got you.
Then I'm gonna go firebolt this time, because last time apparently the freezer burn didn't work. Wasn't helpful.
Your best shot, based on where you guys are placed, is the spider that's coming from the mushroom tunnel. The other one will be an obstructed shot, and you'll have to make a disadvantage roll if that's the one you want to go with. It's a pretty easy choice.
It is?
Yeah. Use the one that's gonna not give you a disadvantage.
Well, yeah, I don't want a disadvantage, no.
So go ahead and roll your d20. Tell me if you break the armor class, and then I will tell you if it takes full or half damage.
Oh my god, I keep
What'd you
getting
get?
bad luck. Getting bad luck. It fell off the table. All right, roll it again. That's a 13.
All right.
Do I get any modifiers though?
You hit with 13. I mean, your proficiency.
Take it. Okay.
If you're proficient in that. And
I
then-
am.
So it did not resist your spell either, so it's going to take the full damage of the roll you just made. So what is that roll?
A 1d10 fire damage. Hold, please. Well, that's another good lucky roll. How about a 1?
Okay. So you cast out your firebolt, goes searing down the tunnel. It looks like it's going to go right into the eye of one of the spiders, and the spider manages to see this sort of bright light coming at it and phase just as it starts to pierce the skin of the phase spider. So it manages to escape with very minimal damage as the firebolt goes through the tangible spider. Intangible, sorry.
Yeah, I just threw that die away because that's garbage.
Did the firebolt continue and hit anything behind it?
It kind of clatters off and hits some mushrooms behind it, and they fall off the wall. The frozen ones that you had done before, not any of the large ones. It does take a couple, chunks out of the large ones as they sort of release some minimal gas into the air, but none are close enough proximity to the spiders themselves. That, Tyrell, unless you got anything else, will end your turn.
No, I'm defeated.
All right, Billy, it is your turn.
Alrighty, I'm pretty sure Ranger Steve might have a hard time, especially if a spider's on top of him. So, what I'm gonna do is grab out my mandolin and I'm gonna sing a little song and cast invisibility on Ranger Steve.
All right.
Itsy bitsy spiders can no longer harm. If they can't see you, you're very, very safe.
All right. So as your voice echoes through the tunnel of the cave, you notice that Ranger Steve starts to become less and less visible until he essentially disappears from the visible spectrum. Ranger Steve, you kind of look down at your hands and you realize that you're completely invisible.
Was this Back to the Future?
I mean, he never went completely invisible, but
All right, and then I want to ready a. I'll use my minor action just to, ready a roll, like
Sure.
try a dash or a
gotcha.
dexterous roll away.
An
If a
evasion,
spider gets on top. Yeah.
a dodge.
Yep.
Gotcha. Ranger Steve, it is your turn. I would have made you make a intimidation check here, but because you are invisible, you're granted your peace of mind, and you can clearly sort of assess the situation here.
Okay, as I feel the invisibility coming across me, a little grin goes across my face. I look down at my axe, and I just start swinging at the spider in front of me.
You will have to move forward. You'll have to close the gap. You're about 10 feet from it, essentially.
He just closes his eyes and just starts swinging.
But if you want to swing your axe in the air from where you're at, you can do that too. I wanted to.
Okay, I didn't know how
clarify.
close they were. They appeared in front of me and behind me.
Yeah, they did. I don't know if you're looking at the. I'm streaming the thing or whatever. You still got a little distance between you.
Sorry. Yep. I had my game sheet up. Okay. Yep. So I'm gonna close the gap as silently as possible.
Yeah, so you notice as you approach that the phase spider is kind of scanning for you. It wants you to disappear, but it doesn't know where you're at. So you make it right up to an optimal position, advantageous, whatever. And if you want to make an attack, go ahead and give me an attack roll to see if you break the armor class.
Okay. Not bad. Strength modifier, right?
Uh-huh.
19.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
I'm gonna use all my additives.
Piercing thorns and your shoulder-mounted crossbow.
Yep. Give me a second. 12.
All right. So as you bring your axe down right on like the head where all the eyes are, you kind of picked the most vulnerable position after watching Billy stab out some eyes and seeing it reel back. The axe comes down, kind of embeds itself in the side of its head, and the piercing thorns kind of take out some of the eyes as well as your shoulder-mounted crossbow kind of pops up and shoots a bolt into the backside of the spider. You can see it's kind of, wedged in your axe. It can't quite get away with the piercing thorns as purple blood kind of sprays across you. And you kind of look down, and while you still, for the most part, are invisible, there's now just the faintest sort of purple dusting across the front of you. And it kind of gives you a little bit of a silhouette. Not a great one. You're still pretty invisible, but the blood splatter, you realize a couple more of those could reveal you pretty well.
Is it dead or no?
It is not dead.
Okay.
So it is still wriggling in the axe.
Do you get a second attack?
Yeah, so I'm gonna attack again.
Oh,
all right.
Look at that level.
Give me another roll. See if you break the armor class this time.
Oh, hold on. I've got too many dice out. Roll d20. Even better. 21.
21. Oh, yeah, to break the armor. Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
God, I have to keep clicking these dice and looking back at my sheet. 10.
All right. Go ahead and tell me how you kill the spider in front of you.
Yay.
So basically, as I'm covered in the blood, the panic starts to itch towards me again because I realize I'm not as invisible as I was. And so it's just a panic, just massive overhead swing down on top of him, just praying, closing my eyes, praying that I hit, center mass.
You do. You strike true. You smash its head. The force of it and the sort of angle at which you came down with its head already low to the ground, most of the splatter does not get on you, so it hasn't really compromised you any more than you already were from your first swing at the phase spider. But you think in the back of your head now that you have to be careful in the way you attack these if you don't want to be more revealed in your, I guess, exposed to the spiders. But that brings us to phase spider number 3's turn. Phase spider number 3 is going to be the companion of the one who had its eyes gouged out by Billy. It's going to blink right past the group here and behind Billy. It's going to try and make an attack roll.
Does my reaction dodge trigger at all?
Yes, it does. So he takes the lower of the two rolls, which is a 15. Does that break your armor class?
He rolled pretty good there.
He rolled a 16
tie...
and a 15. Tie goes to you. So you manage to see the spider sort of chitter forward and then blink. You know immediately when it blinks that you've braced yourself for this dodge. It pops up right behind you, and you manage to roll off or, kind of deftly avoid the attack. That spider's turn is over. Phase spider number 4 is going to go. That's going to be the one that is coming from the pathway you guys have not gone down yet. It blinks right past the dead spider and Ranger Steve and is going to go for Tyrell.
Watch out, Tyrell!
Does a 14 break your armor class, Tyrell?
Finally, no.
So as this thing runs towards you, it kind of hears a shout from behind, and it kind of hesitates for just half a second, and its attention is drawn away from you, kind of halting its attack on you, which brings us to the top of phase spider number 1, and it is going to just make a straight-up attack on Tug. An 8 doesn't do it. It's going to use its other to attack again, and it's for...
I never got to go.
Did you not? I'm sorry.
Nope.
I'm sorry, Tug. You can go right now, then.
He was tied at 17, I think.
That's right, with Billy. That's my bad.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
That's all good. I'm going to cast Firebolt on the spider that's on top of me.
All right.
I roll a 14 plus my proficiencies and stuff for a 21.
Okay. That's you're essentially rolling to break the armor class because it's a ranged spell attack.
Yes.
Gotcha. It does not resist the spell, so it takes full damage. Roll your damage.
Okay. The D10 is the diamond, right?
Yes. I mean, there's a couple that you could probably call a diamond, but I know the one you're talking about, and that's the one.
Yeah, not the 100. Not the... Okay, 8 and 5. So 13.
All right. Good damage on that one, but not enough to kill it. So the spider being close is...
I wanted to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to roll a d20 after I cast a spell, and on a critical fail, chaos magic happens. Do you want to do that or not?
I would like if you did that, yes.
This would make so many more interesting playthroughs, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And I have a spell of Tides of Chaos, and
it allows me to gain advantage on attack ability and saving rolls, but it also can make chaos magic happen whenever you decide at any moment. But once it happens, I get to use Tides of Chaos again, or I have to wait for a long rest. And I got a 4, so chaos magic doesn't happen.
You're in the clear. All right.
Did you know about that, Christian? Or
I had talked to you about that at the start, but I didn't know if you've been doing it in the background or not, or if it was. But I was just, it was fine either way.
yeah, well, I'm learning. Like I'm catching on.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not gonna be a stickler. I want you guys to know your characters. So I mean that's, if it was super important, I mean you use chaos magic often enough in the past. I felt like it was fine.
But now that I understand how the gameplay and stuff is, I'm all right to do this like
Cool.
deeper
Then-
stuff.
Hell yeah, let's absolutely keep it a consistent thing then.
Awesome. All right.
All right. Sorry, I skipped your turn. The phase spider didn't do anything anyways. That brings us to Tyrell. Tyrell, you finally didn't get attacked by a spider.
Oh my god.
What will you do with this stroke of good luck?
Can I get a good look around the map?
You see the cave walls, the mushrooms, the spider in front of you that hesitated to attack, that is starting to think I should attack now that I have hesitated. There's a spider on the other side of you attacking Billy. You saw Billy dodge. You know that Ranger Steve is no longer visible in front of you, but there's some sort of purple kind of mist floating in the air where a now dead spider lies beyond the one in front of you.
This dude is so close. I want to dagger him.
All right. Give me a dagger. An attack roll. See if you break the armor class.
Ooh, buddy. All right, we got. Give me 17.
17 damage on the spider.
Oh, yeah, I'll take damage. That's fine.
Oh, sorry. On the attack roll. I got you.
Okay, let me tell you how I kill him.
And no, you're daggering him.
Yeah.
So roll your damage.
All right.
Sorry, I'm tired tonight.
Hey, you know what I've been doing really good about rolling tonight?
Low numbers.
Yeah, pretty much, one. My baby dagger does a 1d6 plus 1, so it's 2 total damage. How about that?
All right. Where do you stab it with your 2 damage?
Can each damage be 1 eye?
You're
get
not
one-
that lucky to land an eye necessarily, but you kind of stab in
They have
the
a bunch of eyes.
in the intersections of the eyes. It's like if you were doing the knife on the table thing, instead of, missing your fingers, you essentially hit 2 of your fingers. But in this case, it's good that you stabbed the thing still. So you did damage, but not as much as you wanted to.
Fine.
You got anything else on your turn before we move on to Billy and then Tug
Yeah.
and then Steve?
You know what? I'm still probably the least health maximum out of anybody. I want to use my bonus to go ahead and do my teleport. I want to go back behind Ranger Steve.
Okay, and that does prevent any attack of opportunity, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to go behind Ranger Steve, but you don't really know where Ranger Steve is. You just are going to go behind where he was last.
Oh, damn it. Yeah. Well, yeah, that works out perfect. I didn't know this.
All right. You are over there near the dead
Jesus!
spider. You just hear, as soon as you sort of, Nightcrawler poof over there,
Damn it.
you bamf back into existence and you just hear Ranger Steve's voice in front of you, and you see kind of this purple spray that looks like you've, essentially coated part of an invisible person in blood. Billy, your turn.
It's stabbing time.
Okie dokie.
Bam, 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 bam. 13.
All right, you break armor class. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, perfect. Did I just beat it?
I don't know.
Okay. I guess I could do true strike and see if I do. So 1d8 piercing and 1d8 poison. 14. 2 sevens.
Tell me how you kill the phase spider.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty good with these eyes. It's like whack-a-mole. You know, the gnomes, we would play whack-a-gnome back in the day. You know, we had a bunch of lawn games. The gnome toss and then whack-a-gnome. So you get pretty good at it.
You do feel a sense of nostalgia as you pop each and every one of the eyes on its head as they sort of splatter you in yet again more purple blood.
Awesome. With my minor action, so that spider's gone. I see one spider in front of me now.
Yeah, the one that's fighting Tug. This is the one that you know you've stabbed in the past but got away.
Yeah, I move up to help Tug and have two fearsome. My presence must, enrage that spider. Hopefully, it won't attack Tug this next time after seeing how fearsome I am.
All right, you go then. You kind of puff yourself up as best as you can. The squirrel tail definitely helps with that. And Tug, it is your turn.
I'm going to attack the spider again.
All right.
I'm going to cast Firebolt.
Okay.
Oh, man. I got 19 without my modifiers, so that's definitely strong enough.
It lands.
3 and 9, so 12.
Tell me how you kill the phase spider.
Fucking thing is reared back, and I blast it right in its fucking mouth where my skin's still hanging. It goes right down in its throat and blows its ass up.
It does exactly that. Ranger Steve, you are up.
I want to casually move forward until I get to the conflict in front of me.
All right. Yep.
Just like real.
The spider
quietly.
is still sort of looking down the tunnel, trying to locate where Tyrell has gone. So you come up from behind it.
And yep, I'm just gonna attack.
Make
with
a
my
roll.
axe. If it'll click. Okay, hold on, it's not clicking. Hold on, let me refresh. There we go. 14.
All right. You break armor class. Roll for damage.
$12.
All right. You got another good hit on it. You can tell you even lop off some of its legs. It's going to have a hard time getting away, but it is hanging on. It is not dead just yet. You, in your hacking and slashing, have definitely coated yourself in a little bit thicker spray of the blood, but you're still relatively invisible for the most part. That then brings us to...
Nope, extra attack.
Oh, okay.
And not great. 5.
All right. That one, unfortunately, does not land. And that will now bring us to the phase spider you've attacked. So even though it's kind of lopsided on the ground, it still has ability to kind of thresh around, and it's going to try and catch one of your feet. It doesn't even really know where you're at this point, so it's going to make a disadvantage roll. Well, that would have been great. Wow, I got a 20 and a 15. Does 15 break your armor class?
Nope.
All right.
That's the worst time to get a 20.
Yeah.
Is when it's disadvantage.
I've been rolling pretty high tonight for my monsters, so I can't complain too much. I got 3 20s last time, so I'm surprised I'm rolling high at all. But as it threshes around on the ground, you manage to just kind of step back. You know that it can't really see you. It's just making a injured reaction, trying to thrash out at anything it can, and just kind of writhes around on the ground. Tyrell, we're back to you.
Yeah, well, I came here to help Ranger Steve, and I see now I went further behind him than I realized, because that wasn't my actual intention. I'm only speaking inside my head, right?
Yes.
And
If you want, I mean, it's up to you. I don't know. It's your call.
all right, then yeah. How about do I see, is Ranger Steve in danger? Do I get the sense that he's
You don't
not feeling-
really know entirely where he's at either. You've seen this spider in front of you kind of get hacked up, but it's still hard with the light in the cave to really see what's going on. Something is attacking it, but you can't make out a figure necessarily.
That's fun.
So what you want to do?
Bad boy, what you gonna do? Gonna
Time's
do?
almost up because you can't decide right anytime soon.
I don't really
They got him.
If I don't know what's ahead of me, I'm gonna hold my dagger strong in my hand and just charge forward.
Good job.
Attack. I'm gonna walk forward.
Okay,
Okay.
you're going to attack the spider though. Is your intention, right?
Well, that's the intention if it's in my way.
If you're just blindly attacking, please don't break my armor class.
I don't think I would, to be honest.
Go ahead and give me a d20 roll. What'd you get?
It's gonna be a 17.
All right. You run up, you kind of bump into something on your way to the spider, but it doesn't hinder your charge. You run right up to the spider and roll damage.
Okay.
Ranger Steve, you're kind of pushed against the wall. Luckily, where you were pushed against the wall are the mushrooms that you've already kind of dispersed of, so you didn't have to worry about anything there. Tyrell, what damage did you get?
That's gonna be a 6, my dudes.
Okay, Tyrell, tell me how you finished off the spider.
Shaka bra.
Whoa, was that a spider?
So, do you want me to?
That's what I want to say when
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you want to describe how you kill it, or do you want me to describe?
Yeah, how about I tell you what I think happened?
Sure.
You describe it, Christian.
Yeah, I should. After basically, here's where I'm at. It was dark, and I thought I knew Ranger Steve was close, and as I think he got slightly out of the way, I just thrust my knife into something that it didn't smell very good. So that was my instinct of why I wanted to thrust this in, and so I did. And as it slices in, it's even more smelly as the carcass releases toxins into the air. Hoping this isn't the mushroom I just totally screwed up.
Well, after yes, sticking your knife into it, you discern that yes, indeed, this was a spider. It falls limp to the ground, and initiative is dropped. These spiders are gone, and you guys can proceed how you wish.
Hey guys, let's good job there, everybody.
How many experience points did we get?
I'll give you that at the end of the session.
Oh,
We're gonna wrap up probably, here in.
Let's. Do you guys want to proceed forward? See if we can figure out where this help signal. I
Fucking right.
think we should.
Yeah,
let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm just going forward.
All right. You guys at this point are experts at clearing the spider webs.
By the way, Ranger Steve is going invisible to
To what?
an hour.
Okay.
Steve, you with us? If you are, give me a tap on the shoulder, bud.
Hey,
Steve.
Tyrell, can you give him a tap?
Oh my God, I heard him. Okay, all right, he's with us.
So as you guys descend deeper, clearing the spider webs with your trademark clearing technique with the fire bolts, you come across to a bit of an opening. It kind of cuts back in, opens up to a big cavern, and you see across from you, like in the sort of opening of the cavern. So if I'm describing this, you kind of come around the tunnel where it meets up with the other end of the tunnel where you can see the mushrooms. You assume that's the impassable mushrooms you saw. It kind of breaks off to your left and opens up into this big circular cavern. When you guys walk into the cavern, you notice there is a woman in the middle of the cavern with her arms tied behind her back, and she is weeping, and she is shirtless. She is saying, "Help, help, help."
I
Just
pull out my crystal
What
ball.
is this about?
Hello, we are the Zoo Warriors Electric Boogaloo 2.
Tug, when you pull out your crystal ball of true sight, you see exactly what you see before you. You see a woman in a gown. You see that she is, shirtless with sort of her head down, weeping, and her arms appear to be behind her back. Her hair is kind of draped down over her shoulders and her chest, so she's not exposed, but it's long, sort of not quite blonde. It's more like platinum, almost white. It's so light.
Do I perceive any traps?
You don't
So you
see
say it's a cavern, but
You don't see
like,
any webs or anything in here. There are, some up in the ceiling, but there are none on the ground level. There are none around the woman. She just appears to be on her knees, sort of, hunched over, just whispering help.
So, in the name of Helm, I will help you. I go over and I'm going to cut her loose and give her my squirrel's tail to cover up her bosom.
So as you approach Billy, you notice that she, in fact, doesn't have any arms. It's not that they weren't tied behind her back. As
So they were cut off?
they look like they were never there in the first place.
Oh no.
But as she sort of looks up at you, you notice she has multiple eyes like a spider, and her dress that she appeared to be kneeling on is in fact covered up as you see multiple legs start to expand out, and they're in fact not legs, but they are arms. And she rises up.
You got
Is
played.
that a cat with her?
The cat,
He's here.
the cat you can ignore, but
Okay.
she sort of looks at you and says, "Help feed my children."
No, we killed your children.
I need you guys to roll initiative.
So much for helping out, guys. We shouldn't help anybody. I didn't roll as good this time. Billy got a 6. I'm gonna get smacked around in front of this hoe.
Steve 3.
You're still invisible, so that's really good.
Tug, what'd you get?
A 10.
Tyrell?
11.
Just so we're clear, as I see that she's not a woman, I want to quickly secure my squirrel tail back on.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
want
no,
to
you
hand
had
that back to a spider.
you had only just started to unfasten it when you saw these hands sort of come out from underneath her skirt, and you quickly
What a
fastened that squirrel back.
monster.
But yes, you can see on the screen here, ignoring Lion Cat there, she is indeed a spider. If you've never read Saga, the character is the Stalk, but super creepy character in the book, but also a really cool character. That being said, she is up first in the initiative. She is going to make an attempt to grapple you, Billy.
No.
So I need you to succeed at a strength check for me.
Alrighty.
What'd you get?
Probably not. I'm gonna get a total of 8.5.
So, your shock of seeing this woman become a spider, she sort of reaches out to you with two of her arms out of the many that she has, and she grabs you with them and holds you up, and then you see her draw two knives with her other hands, and she is going to attempt to stab you while you are grappled.
Well, I shout out with cutting words. You spider bitch, you will never attack me, so I need you to use it against your roll, Christian.
And cutting words is a reactionary thing, right? You could do that.
I can do that at any time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you need me to make a
So whatever your roll is, you take 1d8
against
away
it. I got you.
Yeah.
So her first attack is going to be with the knife, obviously. 11 minus 8 does not break your armor class. She's going to make another stab. 12 minus 8 doesn't break your armor class. So she misses on her multi-attack. And that is going to end her turn. That will then bring us to Tyrell. This also being said, before we continue, it is currently 10:10. I know we usually stop at 10. I know we started late. This fight could go on a while. Do you guys want to stop here and pause, or do you want to continue until this is over?
I'm alright with beating this bitch.
Let's kill her.
Okay. Just making sure. Let's do it. Tyrell, you are up.
Tyrell, are you frightened from seeing me picked up by this spider girl and worried about my life, my safety?
No, I'm hoping that my Tyrell is actually casting the same way that the player playing him in the alternate world, where he's looking at a bunch of cards in his hand, trying to figure out what he should do.
Jeopardy theme song.
I was just thinking that in my head.
Doesn't he have a penalty if he doesn't react in 45 seconds?
Yeah, I'm counting. That's why I said Jeopardy theme song.
What's the area? Can I actually? I don't have much time to ask. I want to just dart for the other end of the room.
Okay. So you want to use both your movements to cover the distance?
If that's what it takes.
It's gonna take both your movements. Yeah, the cavern is relatively large. You get the sense that it takes up the space that the tunnels were going around.
Okay.
This cavern.
Yeah.
So you make it.
Isolate.
You make it to the far wall. As you run across, you notice you kind of step on something, and they kind of rattle. Your best guess is you stepped on piles of bones. You kind of kick them around as you make it to the far wall, but you rest against the far wall. You notice now as you're over there that there is a little bit of a patch of mushrooms. They've definitely sort of congealed in one sort of portion, and they're the largest of these mushrooms you've seen yet. These mushrooms, there's probably 4 of them across the cavern. I can mark them for you here. Saved objects. I want components. What would make a good mushroom? These would make a good mushroom. So this right here. Scale. You've got 4 of these suckers. Kind of won by Ranger Steve here, too.
Oh,
Ranger Steve, how did you not see that before?
fuck that go.
But these are enormous mushrooms. They have like big feelers on them. They probably extend a good 6 feet out from the cap of these mushrooms. You notice none of the spider webs are over by these mushrooms. The spider webs are mostly up in the ceiling, but the ground is just sort of littered with remains, bones, and things like that. So with that, Tug, it is now your turn. So you watch Tyrell dash across the room, kind of getting behind the stalk, and you also saw the stalk pick up, grasp Billy in 2 of its hands, and then attempt to stab it twice. Stab him twice with 2 daggers that it had pulled out. What do you want to do?
So it has a hold of Billy, right?
It has grappled Billy at this time.
I guess I'm going to cast Chill Touch.
Chill touch is you have to be in proximity, right? Because it's a touch.
No, it's 120 foot. You cast a ghostly skeleton hand in the space of a creature within range. You make a ranged spell attack against the creature to a snell it with a chill of the grave. On a hit, the target takes 1d8 necrotic, and it can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. Until then, the hand clinges to the target.
All right. So,
Snap.
ensnare, I think, is what it was. But
It's SSAIL.
Assail? I don't know.
That's I mean, to assail it with the chill. Yeah, ASSAIL.
Yeah, assail.
What is that? Anyone know what that word means?
Essentially to attack, assail, like send to, send is probably as close as I could think to get right now.
Yeah.
Like you would assail a target with arrows. You would, rain them down onto it or whatever. Send it onto, sick it on, whatever. Essentially attack. So you need to make a d20 roll. Are you using? No, I can't ask you that question. So go ahead and make your d20 roll.
Um, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18.
Okay. I'm gonna roll to see if I take full or partial, and Billy, you also need to roll to see if you are going to take full or partial.
Okay. What kind of roll?
It is the you're gonna have to essentially beat the check of his spell, of his classification, which I believe.
Well, why
Is it like a
on a hit?
Is it like a Constitution saving?
I believe it's a Constitution, yes, because it's gonna be you're gonna resist the necrotic damage. And his spell check is 15, I think.
Ooh, I got a 13.5.
The stock got a 3, and the reason this is happening, Josh, is because I almost asked you, which is bad on my part. That's something,
Yeah, I mean, I know, but I shouldn't have to use careful spell because it says on a hit the target takes 1d8 necrotic damage. Now that will be more than that because I'm a 5th level.
Right. Well, the target is the stalk, the spider lady, but Billy is grappled within the spider lady's proximity, making essentially, in my mind, them the same. Yeah. So she is the target, but the target also includes Billy in its grapple or grasp.
All right, Tug. What'd you damage us for?
Yes, roll damage, because the stalk did not resist your spell either. Neither one of us are going to be able to heal until his next turn as well. That's a big one.
Three.
3 total?
Yeah, I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Dang. All right.
So, really sticking it to
The
it.
theatrics of me going, ugh, it's more of a. Ugh.
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
is more of like a light scratch
I thought
from
the spider.
the skeletal hand that came out. It definitely looked very menacing and ominous. Like both you and the stock kind of had their eyes open a little bit wider as this giant skeletal frost hand approached them. But as it came down, it only kind of lightly grazed. It's still a good cut. I mean, you would not like to. It's more than a paper cut, let's say, and it does hurt quite a bit, especially the necrotic bit. You get the sense that this wound is not going to be curable for some time. But as that occurs, Tug, you got anything else right before the end of your turn?
Apologize.
No. Hit me. Oh, I have to roll a d20.
Yes, for your magic.
19. Where the fuck was that?
All right, Billy, you are up. You've just taken a skeletal scratch to the back, and you have been grasped by the stalk and stabbed at.
Alrighty, is this spider bitch? Do I see any like jewelry or anything that's on her? Or maybe some.
You see, she's wearing some sort of head ornamentation, some sort of tiara of some kind. But
Oh, does that appear to be made of anything that's metal, like?
it appears to be made of like some sort of black bone.
Okay, then I cast heat metal for her dagger.
Okay. And that just describe that one again for me. I know it does.
So I'm gonna have to
the
cast
burning
to action.
damage, right? Yeah.
Well, I have to cast to see if I. Let's roll. Oh shit! Natural 20. Let's go.
Dang. All right.
Okay, so she's gonna take. It's going to be. So I chose obviously one of the daggers here.
Mm-hmm. Is it so? She has 2 right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't
So
really matter, but you just want to pick one, right or left.
Yeah, unless with the
essentially.
natural 20 I can get both of.
So it's gonna do more damage to the one you targeted, but it's not gonna
Okay.
multi-attack.
So
essentially.
it is going to take 2d8 fire damage for it being
Alright.
cast. So I get to roll that twice for the critical hit.
Mm-hmm.
11 total. So not very good
nice.
rolls.
That's still good though.
Also, until the spell ends, I get a bonus action at the end of each turn to cause damage again, if the creature is holding or wearing the object. The creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw to drop the object if it can. So
let's go ahead and do that Constitution saving throw now. Does it have a check pre-built on that, or do you need to build one with your Constitution 8 plus proficiency?
So
plus
would that
Constitution?
go against my spellcasting since it's a spell?
It'd go against your Constitution because it's a Constitution check.
But not since it's like your Constitution versus my spell.
I don't know. That's a good question. I honestly don't know the answer to that.
So my spell casting check would be 14.
Okay. I'll see if I can roll to break that. See if she drops it or not. Critical failure on that one. So I'm gonna say that's seared to her hand.
Okay. Well, great. Does that give me, with that sear and that critical fail, do I have a chance to get away?
We'll say you have advantage on
To try to get away?
Yeah, on the escape. So that was just a spell. So yeah, you still got an action if you want to try and use it to escape the grapple.
Yeah, I might. So, is that dexterity or strength here?
It is going to be a strength check.
Yikes. Does 9 work?
It does not.
Okay, well, I'm still stuck up here, guys.
Her attention is definitely on the dagger at this point. You know, she didn't expect it to burst into flame, and she even tried to open her hand, but the sheer heat of the knife has seared it to her hand, only just sort of burning the nerve ends on her hand. That is going to bring us to Ranger Steve's turn. What you got for us, Ranger Steve? Is he dead?
He's invisible.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. It's gonna be 11.
What are you doing, though?
Oh, shoot an arrow. Guess you didn't hear that. Yep, I'm shooting an arrow.
Okay. And it was an
11.
11?
Yep.
Okay. It does not break the armor class of the stock. Billy, does that break your armor class?
Nope.
All right. The arrow goes wide and misses.
Okay, I'm gonna use my next movement to get behind her.
Okay, you'll only be able to cover about half the distance here.
What's the distance?
I would say it's 60 feet across. Did you do morphing time when you were on mute?
You're
or-
still invisible, so.
I've been morphing time since we've entered the cave.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it, you know, you're 40 feet or whatever now instead of 30, but the cave across is still 60. So is that what you want to do? I mean, you can move, you know, 30 feet any direction.
Or you can try and attack again. You're still invisible, so.
But I don't want to hit you. I don't really understand why you took the check.
Oh, I'm right there. Yeah. It's alright.
He's grappled in the hand. I don't understand why you guys are this. He's grappled in the hands of your target. If you shoot at your target, he is part of the target. Essentially,
I'm being used like a gnome shield, right?
right. He is literally between you and the stock.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move out of Billy being in front of me, I guess.
So you're gonna move to the right or the left?
Left.
Okay. You do have a little bit better of a shot now, but a bad shot could still potentially hurt Billy. If that is the end of Ranger Steve's turn, we will jump back up to the stock. It doesn't take the damage on my turn, right, Billy? It takes it on your turn.
My turn, but you
Okay.
failed to drop it, so
Right.
it's got to hold it.
Right.
Full turn.
Yes. So the stock's actually going to do something a little crazy here. It is going to take its knife from its other hand, and it is going to bring it down on its own hand and sever its hand off. It is going to take damage for the knife cut. So it takes 6 damage for cutting off its hand. But the hand gripping the flaming knife falls to the ground. And you see even more fluorescent purple blood drip from the stump of where the one hand used to be. The flaming dagger still burning on the ground. You see it pull another knife out from its back, one of its hands. So it has 2 hands on you. One of its hands it's severed. The other hand has its knife still, and now another hand has come out with a knife, and it is going to make its multi-attack on you, Billy.
Okay, I'm going to use cutting words.
Okay. So that is
How'd you like that knife, bitch?
It's a -8 each time, right?
Yep.
17 minus 8 is 11 and doesn't break your armor class. I don't know why I'm
15.
rolling, and it doesn't break your armor class. And that is the end of the stock's
I'm
turn.
I'm just insulting and burning this girl right now.
Right to her face. I mean, there is no filter. You are straight up in her grill right now. Tyrell, it is your turn. You are at the back of the room. What do you want to do?
So, in this time, I was hoping she's not facing towards me.
She has her back to you, so you cannot see Billy. He is in front of her.
Okay, and we know that the entire diameter of this room is 60 feet. Is that what I heard?
Yes, I mean, it's not a perfect circle like it shows in the thing here, but it is 60 feet, roughly, in diameter.
Yeah, that's fine. Because what I really was hoping to do is pull out my rope and aim it at one of the legs of Spider Ho. I don't know what her name is yet. And
That's good. That's a good name.
and just pull and see if I can't get her off guard and maybe she in effect loses grip of Billy.
Okay, so you're going to send out the magic rope, and let's build a check for your magic rope then. Be 8, and you're proficient with it, and then this is strength for the tug.
Okay.
So 13, I guess, is the check that the stock will have to break. 19, the stock rolled. But you send out your rope, and you wrap it around one of its legs or hands. You can't really tell. They seem to be pretty indistinguishable and used for both purposes. And you have ensnared one of its mandibles, one of its arms, legs, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So while you did give it a good tug, it is not enough to knock it off. It has enough sort of hands out there to prevent it from falling. But good attempt, good play. You got anything else before your turn ends?
If I quickly look around, are there any kind of structures around me, like let's say like a rock or something that I could tie the other end of the rope to?
There's some stalagmites on the ground. Other than that, there's some mushrooms, the ones that you've seen.
Yeah, if a stalagmite looks sturdy enough, I'd like to tie the knot around
Sure.
as my last action there.
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
What kind of knot do you use?
Ooh, you're supposed to always go with your instincts, and I said double Windsor, and that's for a tie. But I'm gonna go with
No, have the rope tie a tie at the end. That would be hilarious.
that's all I got. That's all I can
It
think
is a magic rope, so you tell it what to tie, and it ties it. So it tied a Windsor around the stalactite on the ground.
Yeah, I said double, so
Double Windsor, sorry, specifically double Windsor.
Windsor can be. Yeah, that might not be that great, but double, I think will be all right.
No, it
Alright.
may not be the best knot, but it is a pretty knot. You know that for a fact. Tug, it is now your turn.
You could try to damage
Are
me
we
again.
Are we within 30 foot? You said that the cavern was 60 foot, right?
She's in the center. You're at the edge, 30 feet from her to you.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna cast Firebolt.
Okay. Roll for ranged spell attack.
Is Billy still like right there?
Uh-huh.
Is he?
Yep.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna.
It was too late. You hit me. Let's find out.
All right, fine.
I wasn't going to say anything. You could use your save magic or your,
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
That hits
25.
the stock.
Nice job.
I mean, I think that breaks your armor class too, Billy, but...
Not so nice job.
4. What in the fuck? I can't do no damn guys live.
All right. So we each take 4. Billy in the stock. So as the firebolt.
Billy and the stock.
Billy, Billy, Billy in the stock. I like that you guys are singing now that I'm all tied up.
Yes, yes. Billy is just kind of humming. He's actually not having too bad of a time. He's, managed to make it cut its own hand off, spoke some insults
I've
into its
only been
face.
hit by Tug. I just
Yeah.
want to put that down there.
Well, you haven't cast Vicious Mockery on Tug yet or anything. But the firebolt sends out. She sees out of one of her many eyes the firebolt cast out. She does her best to move Billy into the way of it, but it glances off Billy and his shoulder and cuts into sort of the stump where one of her arms would be, and takes a bit of fire damage. That Tug, unless you got anything else, will be the end of your turn.
No.
All right, Billy, you are up.
Alrighty. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is with my main action, I'm going to, again, just go ahead and cast Heat Metal on her other dagger that she pulled out.
All right.
The one that she went ahead and cut a hand off with.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll roll to hit. Alrighty, I get a 16 total.
That does land.
Awesome. I did more damage.
Yeah?
than my 20.
What'd you get?
12. So not as much as previous. But now you have to do a Constitution saving throw, which is 14 still.
I got a 10, so it does not succeed. So the flaming dagger illuminates.
Alrighty. With my minor action,
Mm-hmm.
could I throw out from my bag of tricks 3 animals that would be ready for the next turn? Or would that be too much for the minor action? They wouldn't be able to attack this turn, but
I think that's a bit much between you being grappled and casting spells. This next turn, you can definitely try and reach like around her hands, essentially, because she's kind of like got you around the waist.
Yeah.
So her hands are probably.
Can I try to wiggle out again?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, then I will do that. Does 12.5 work?
It does not break free this time.
All right.
It's a little bit stronger than that. Not by much, though.
Let go of me, you bitch.
So you are trying to wriggle free. Obviously, her hands are kind of big enough. They're wrapped around you. They've got you around the waist, which is where you keep your bag of tricks. So while you know where the bag is, you're not sure you can quite get your hands to it just yet. You feel like you almost broke free there. You were super close, but you didn't quite make it. And it is Ranger Steve's turn.
I want to cast Hunter's Mark onto
The stock.
Spider Hoe.
Sure.
And then use a movement to get behind her and swing my axe.
All right. You are behind her. Make your attack. I assume you do back handsprings over there. I mean, naturally.
Well, it's more. This time I actually did a sweet slide.
I gotcha. Kind of pop-up slide. I gotcha.
Yeah. Yep. 15.
All right. You do not break the armor class. So you pop up slide and you swipe across her back, but just with the movements of her, kind of with the flaming and Billy in her hands, she manages to kind of sidestep you a bit.
That's it. That's all my.
All right. We are back to the
Wait, do you have a
stock.
second attack?
No, I used the spell, then I moved, then I attacked. So
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
Hunter's Mark is what he used. So what the stock is gonna do is first she's gonna she doesn't take the damage until it's Billy's turn. She's already cut off one of her hands. She does not feel confident about cutting off the other one. One was maybe expendable, but two's looking kind of grim. With one of her free hands, she drops the knife that she did have, because now she has had two of them burst into flames in her hand. She sort of raises up her hind end, and you see her shoot a web to the top of the cavern. It sort of spreads out, and it clings on to the spider webs that you notice are above in the cavern. She is going to try and, recede up into the ceiling with you, Billy. Ranger Steve, you are going to get an attack of opportunity because she is doing a leaving engagement here. So go ahead.
Question: She still has to hold on to the one that's heated up, right?
Yes. So when it comes back around to your turn, she's going to take that damage. So right now, like I said, she's got two hands on you, one hand that's severed, one hand that's holding the burning knife, and her only other free hand is the one that she just dropped the knife with. So she
And
only
you
has
say
one.
I'm being whisked away like a lover.
Yes, I would say that. Or maybe a snack, but yes. So
are there any modifiers for an attack of like that?
I mean, you just take it with the weapon you already have equipped, which is your axe. So attack on that.
Yep. Okay, 19.
All right, that hits. So go ahead and roll damage.
Nice.
It would not hit. Sorry, 18. Sorry, 18.
That's 18 hits.
I do have to ask, how high up is the ceiling?
So the ceiling is it's not quite the 60 feet. It's more close to 50. So it's kind of a egg-shaped dome.
Okay, so then how taut is my magical rope around one of her legs?
Right. So that's what I'm going to get to after this leaving engagement.
Peels off. That would be awesome. Get that damage, Ranger Steve.
Okay, well, I'm using all of my stuffs.
Your piercing thorns and the auto.
Piercing thorns, the crossbow, and then the hunter's.
Do the piercing thorns entangle the spider?
No, it's just like an additive. So it just where I hit or like the creature explodes with like piercing thorns.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 14.
14 damage. All right. So as she goes up, you take a hack at her, and one of her limbs that she was using to stand, you manage to lop it off. It's not the one that was attached to Tyrell's rope. It's not the free hand that dropped the knife. So now that she's sort of taken this hit as she goes up into the ceiling, she's receding. She thinks she's going to get away, and Tyrell's rope tied around the stalagmite on the ground prevents her. So now she's kind of tied. You can see as she's continuing to pull herself up into the ceiling, she's now tightening the tension between her and the rope, and she kind of grasps at the magic rope with her one free hand, and she can't get it loose. Like, she's trying to work her hand around the knot and try and figure out what exactly kind of knot this is, but it's not your typical kind of knot you would use. It's really throwing her off.
Tyrell.
So she only makes it up. She's probably floating now. Let me raise you guys up in the air here.
You raise me up so I can stand on caverns.
Thank you.
You raise me up
Oh, wait.
so I
I
can
need to
kill
group 'em.
you now. 'Cause I am strong when helm is on my shoulders.
Well, I'm gonna do. You guys get the idea. So they are suspended in the air at the moment. You guys are about 30 feet in the air, so it's kind of out of your range of jump here, Ranger Steve. But they are just floating in the air now. Billy and the stock in between, tied with Tyrell's rope.
Billy and the stock.
Let me get Tyrell's rope here. So Tyrell's rope is holding the stock.
Tug, I don't think you're powerful enough to kill me from down. I know you've been trying, but I don't think you're powerful enough.
He's got range attacks.
And Tyrell, it is now your turn. So you have ensnared the snarer.
Oh.
What you want to do?
5
How many ers? Can we be clear?
Snarer. 3 sets.
Assuming I didn't get to attach one of my new spells I learned, I'll just go again for one of my cantrips. It's probably one of my best attacks, actually. So I will do Firebolt as she is trapped.
All right. What'd you get on the roll? Hello.
Sorry, I did the math. That's a 14 plus 3 plus 2.
Oh,
So,
you got him.
You did indeed.
okay. Sweet.
Is that a lightning, right?
Firebolt?
Yeah, or is that just fire damage?
Firebolt is 1d10 fire damage.
Think of it like a bolt as in like a nail or like a bolt
Do
itself.
I need to take this damage as well?
You are going to take this damage, yes, Billy.
I'm getting worked by the zoo warriors right now. You don't mess with the zoo warriors. That's for sure.
I've been doing really good damage tonight. I got a whole 4.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you guys actually rolling low damage.
Stock and Billy take 4 damage. It has worked out rather well for you guys. I'm impressed. Surprised, I guess, more.
Does anybody have any lightning?
I do have a shocking grasp. That's the only lightning I have. Do we think lightning
But
is?
you wouldn't be able to grasp it from up down there. So.
Well, what I'm thinking is can completely soak the rope with water and charge the rope, because then it's well, it's still touching Billy. I guess if she's touching Billy,
I'd get electrocuted.
Okay. If someone can soak the rope, I can grasp it with lightning.
I was trying to isolate the damage to the.
Hey, maybe you could blast me with a decanter out of the clutches of the spider.
So Tyrell, I'm going to say that this is your sort of not bonus action, but minor action as you guys discussing this as.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you still got one more action before your turn's going to end here. Do you have anything you want to do? You just want to end your turn?
Yeah. Am I potentially really close to anybody?
You're not close to anybody. The closest thing you are is to the mushroom to your left.
Yeah. Nope. I'm done then.
No, you yell at her. Put her down a little bit.
No. No.
Tug,
Insult her.
you are up. What you got? Tug or not?
Yeah.
What's up? What you got? You're up.
I'm gonna cast.
Fireball.
I'm gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
All right, cast it out there. I hope Billy's HP is looking okay.
How's Billy doing?
You don't get to ask.
Billy.
He says that as he's casting his fifth attack.
Yeah, yeah. Firebolt. Oh, hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? How's it going up there?
I'm a spider's bitch right now.
I guess
Surprisingly enough, the spider has not harmed.
Not at all. 0 damage to
I'm
Billy.
safer with the spider than I am with my own friends.
I guess I'll use a sorcery point.
All right. Cast it out there. D20, range spell check.
12, 20.
Damn, guys. Yeah, you hit it.
Okay.
You hit them.
No, he
No,
cast
he
safe
uses
magic
sorcery points,
this
so-
time.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Make sure you're ticking those off too, Josh. You got 2 of them used so far.
Yeah, I've got 2.
Also, you got to roll for your chaos magic,
That as well.
which I can't wait till he gets a 1, and then all of a sudden I'm just obliterated from existence.
Man, it could be very
Okay.
A field of flowers.
I got a 10 and a 1, so 11.
Man, okay, you are so close to killing this doc. So you send out firebolts.
So no chaos magic.
Nice. She does her best to kind of move Billy in the way, but this time between losing a limb from Ranger Steve, being pulled with the rope tied to the stalactite with the double Windsor knot that she can't wrap her head around, and pulling herself up into the ceiling, she's just stuck, just dead in the water. You hit her with the firebolt, and you see it sever another one of her limbs. It's the one that she's pulling herself up to the ceiling with. She slams to the ground, and you could tell she's just super weak at this point. She releases Billy. Billy is free of her grasp, and she just sort of looks up at you with mercy and puts one hand up to try and shield herself from any more incoming damage. At this point, I'm going to drop initiative. You guys can proceed here how you want.
Oh, I'm attacking.
All right. Tell me how you finish her off.
Saw that coming.
Okay, so I'm using my vicious mockery and then metal. My metal bonus
should
at
ask
the
her
end.
some questions.
Oh no! Oh, you thought you'd get away from me, bitch? I don't think so. Your spider-looking ass ain't going anywhere. Itsy bitsy spider fell down and died, and so she needs to take 2d4 psychic damage, and then the heat metal damage after that.
She's only got 1 HP left, so like I said.
Oh, I'm rolling all of it here. 13 damage.
All right. Do you want me to describe it, or you want to describe it?
Oh, please describe it for me.
All right. Between your physical attacks and the physical manifestation of your words literally cutting through the air, you see just spurts of this fluorescent purple blood like slice across the remainder of her body and her limbs, severing what she had left. The only last sort of whimper of a noise she says is the word no as she dies, and you see her eyes close shut, never to open again.
Woo! Man, guys, I got beat up. I don't know what it was. That spider couldn't hit me, but something was hitting me from behind. Did you guys see anything? Was there another spider here?
Yeah, a pretty big spider. Yeah.
Did you guys take care of it? I was getting hit pretty hard.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
Okay. Tug, did you see this other spider?
Yeah. We took care of it.
I appreciate it, Tug. I knew that you would take care of it and not harm me. So.
Absolutely. Can I search her body for like anything?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm gonna search as well.
All right. You guys.
And I guess. Ooh,
Go ahead.
what do we find?
Oh, what were you saying though?
I was gonna say after searching the body, just like generally search the cave, I guess.
Sure. So, the objects that you find on her body are slippers of spider walking.
Ooh, are they fashionable?
They are very fashionable.
I'm gonna, if I can get to those first, I think that I would like.
I checked the body before you. These are what I'm finding.
So
I
let
was
me
there. I was closer.
before
Back
you guys
off.
before you guys
Back off, no.
squabble over what I've said. Let me tell you the
Okay.
rest of the items, and then you guys can figure it out. So the first thing you come across, sort of her mangled corpse, is the slippers of spider walking. They look like, bathroom slippers, essentially, or whatever you like, the comedically, sized ones. The next thing you come across is her black sort of bone tiara that she was wearing on her head. You don't really know anything about it, but it obviously held some sort of meaning to her, so there's not any immediate innate abilities with this thing, but that is another one of the objects. And then you notice on her sort of back, a weapon that she never got to it looks like a scimitar, and the blade seems to phase in and out of existence, like this plane and another. So you get the sense that the same plane shifting that was going on with the phase spiders, somehow that has been imbued into the blade itself of this scimitar. And the last thing...
And
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, and her daggers are on the ground?
Her daggers are on the ground, but looking at them, they just look like, steel daggers. They don't look like anything better than what you already possess. You can still pick them up, sell them later or something if you want, but they're not going to be better than the daggers you already have. And then the final thing that she has is a spider web sort of lattice necklace.
I already have a gold chain. I'm gonna grab them slippers.
I'll take everything else then.
All right, that seems like fair.
No protests from the other two of the party.
Alrighty, sounds good. I picked them up and put them in my bag.
Not even gonna argue. As soon as the body hits the floor, he's like, "I'm gonna raid the body." So like, I don't.
Is there anything else in the room?
Get up there and get some.
You notice
Is that a joke? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? As soon as anything dies, you're like, "I'm raiding the entire body. Everything's mine."
Oh, hold on. Before that, Christian, I'm going to sing a little tune. The itsy bitsy spider tried to test Billy. It fell hard and died in a tilly. And I cast Cure Wounds at the 3rd level on myself.
Nice. How much damage did you take that time?
I got down to 31 from 42. So.
Man, she had 66 HP, which wasn't a ton, but she grabbed the wrong person. That is for sure.
People gonna learn.
Because
I was really hoping she wasn't gonna let him.
I healed all of my HP back with my song. So.
Nice. Yeah, because my strategy with her was she wasn't super tanky, but she had enough arms, so she was going to do a lot of attacks. But as soon as you started removing blades from her hands and then her removing her hand herself, she ran out of options rather quickly. And then,
hey, Jared tying her up was pretty good.
That was a really clutch moment because I from the beginning knew that she was probably going to have to try and get into the ceiling, and if she could just grab one of you and take you up there, she could at least get an advantage or wrap you up and ensnare you and get some distance from you guys. But
hearing that,
I was so happy that you guys rolled so low on your attacks every time it hit me. Like you guys all had like 2, 4.
What'd you say, Jared? What'd you say?
is made fun of, yet it is one of the most versatile and clutch moment game-ending equipment that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that was great. That was fun. I'm glad we finished this cave. Is there anything else in the room?
You notice there are some corpses up in the ceiling where the webs are, but they look rather picked over. Mostly skeletal remains. you'd have to, find some way to remove the mass of spider webs. This is more of a nest almost. If you wanted to maybe inspect those bodies.
Can you use bone for anything, Tyrell? And your
Yeah. Did you say
abilities?
bones?
Bones.
Yeah, I picked up a couple. There's more bones. I'd be happy to have some bones.
I think there was a pile over in the corner
I
somewhere.
was gonna say you kicked some around when you crossed the room.
Okay, how many bones can I say I have?
We have a bag of holding, so you can just throw stuff in there.
How many bones do you want to pick up?
Are we talking femur bones? Because those are very large. Do we have like brittle? Can I have
you tell me what you want to pick up.
I'm not entirely sure exactly what I need yet. I think a variety would be nice. Maybe like a couple phalanges, a couple femurs, and
Wait a minute.
couple.
You know what would look really good? That black crown on Ranger Steve. Oh my gosh.
No, I'm good.
It would match. It's all black.
It would match. I mean, it fit nicely on top of your head.
I've got a hood on. I mean,
I would
do we
like
need-
I would like to put the crown on top of my helmet and the necklace are on, and then hold.
I don't think you can fit that necklace around you unless it opens up. Is that a necklace of web shooting? Like you can throw that out and you throw webs?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure it is. I think Tyrell would be useful with that thing.
Did you send stuff that I just don't
I
see?
haven't sent anything, no.
That's what I would assume that
some
is.
of-
I have no idea what that crown is, so putting that on your head could be dangerous.
Some of these items, yeah, you don't know what they do. But, Tug, you notice that you try and fit it on top of your helmet, and it can stay up there, but, you try and walk or something, you're either going to have to hold it with your human hand, or you're going to have to find some way to secure it on there, because it will not sit on your helmet, very easily.
I think I'm gonna cut another piece off of my tarp and tie the crown to the helmet
Okay.
like a chin strap.
Okay. You can. I will let you do that. You look
So
rather ridiculous, but that's nothing new. So, the necklace, however, yes, does not fit over your head. It does not appear.
Oh my gosh!
as
I
if,
think Tyrell would look great in that necklace, and it would be very useful, like Tyrell to use. If it is what I think it is, it looks fantastic.
Well,
Can we inspect that necklace there, Tug?
Yeah.
All right. So you hand it over, and it has 7 little skulls sort of across the lattice work of the spider web.
It's not what I thought it was. Can I do like an investigation or a history check or something like that into this thing?
You can. Yeah, it may be more beneficial for other members of your party to inspect it, though.
Okay. Hey, everybody, come inspect this thing. What kind of roll is that, Christian?
Insight check.
Okay, so I'm going to get
how many
13.5.
bones can Tyrell have?
So this object that should be interesting, Tyrell, he's preoccupied with his bones. The other
Archaeology tour.
I've got them all in front of me, and I'm just not entirely sure. Like, is it 5 pounds? Is it 10 pounds?
You've got a
Well, what do you
bushel of bones.
A bushel. Okay,
Mhm.
that's fair.
That's how I would describe it. You had to pick up some with your fingers. Others you can kind of cradle in your arms. You kind of use your stumpy arm in order to hold the bigger ones. But
I'll do an insight check on the
Tyrell was
necklace.
going to have the best chance to really discern what this was. Billy and Tug, the best you can kind of get from this is that it holds some sort of magical property. You don't know what, if it's a curse or something that you can actively use when it's equipped on the wearer. But you
Would
didn't
detect magic tell me that?
detect magic. You're saying would it divine what the magic was on it?
Yes.
Well, I have insight as a skill.
Yeah, you can give it a roll if you want, Tug.
I got a 19, and then
Oh wow.
that's +3 for my wisdom, so that's
Yeah.
a 20.
So you sort of looking at
No.
it, you can tell that the skulls are some sort of charm that essentially allow one-time uses of this necklace. Based on the construction of the necklace and the skulls, you know when you pick off one of the skulls and throw it, that it obviously has some sort of web sort of area of effect. You don't know what exactly it does until you use one of them, but you know that these are like meant to be used for one-time uses off of the necklace. And like I said, there are 7 of these little skulls on the spider lattice necklace.
Can I do?
So, if it like adds a bunch of power and you throw it at like a monster we're trying to defeat, it just gives them more power.
Like I said,
No, I think it would just it would entangles them in a web. Sure.
So can I do an inside check on?
you've divined all you can from this object at this time, unless
No,
you...
Tyrell.
on the
I think
on the crown.
So I will say the crown. It is mysterious enough in origin, no matter who's looking at it in the party. This would require you to take it to someone like an appraiser or, someone with a deep knowledge of, like, you've never even seen a creature like this before. You'd have to find someone who knows what that creature was and why they would covet this tiara.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand the necklace over to Tyrell. I think he'd benefit from having some webs around his neck.
What is this?
Pretend that you're Spider-Man and throw webs at people, whatever, to entangle. You can do some time and research in it if you want. That's what Tug told me.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
All right. You kind of
open
up your shirt a
XP did we
little
get?
bit and let the spider lattice necklace really show off your pale complexion. Your XP tonight is 2,700 experience.
So we fought how many first spiders?
4
Were those
spiders.
all 700 apiece?
4 spiders, and then the stalk.
Nice. So 2,700 is what you said we got total?
2,700.
All right.
These spiders were a little bit more squishy than the last ones. But that will conclude our session for tonight. The best thing the spider did and the worst thing the spider did was grapple Billy, because it then proceeded to have all of you hurt Billy, but then it also prevented it from injuring Billy. Also, I set these mushrooms around the cave. My plan was to see if you guys would use them to throw the stalk into the spider, essentially, and poison her, but you didn't even have to do that.
I did wonder if there was something when you said Tyrell found all those mushrooms, I wondered if that was a hint for something, but it didn't seem like we needed it. So
As soon as Billy's ability to just taunt her and her lose her ability to attack him, I was like, I'm just never gonna let Billy down.
I don't know. I had one more taunt left, and then after that, I was fair game. Pile drived in there, so.
I mean, there was even my first turn, I let off the gas. I was like, I could have her pull out all 4 of her knives and make 4 attacks, but I was like, I'm just gonna do 2. And then you did, and then I was like, why do I go easy? Why did I go easy? But that was great. That was great.
Oh.
That was good.
Christian, if I ran out of 2nd level spells, I was going to cast heat metal at the 3rd level twice.
That's a good play,
and
man. I'm just gonna have to stop using metal weapons, which I'm never gonna remember to do. So.
Well, it's like no metal weapons, no armor, nothing on them metal.
Mm-hmm.
If they're on a metal plate, a metal door, Like that spell is so useful.
It is, yeah. It is a really good one. Especially the fact that, like, I thought I would just be able to let them drop it too, but the fact that they have to succeed at a check in order to do that, that's pretty clutch. That's pretty good. And it's worked on the last, couple engagements. Aside from the spiders, I mean, you used it on the squirrel with the gold teeth, which I didn't anticipate either. So yeah, I'm gonna have to get smarter with my enemies. I can't just. I don't know. I honestly thought you guys would turn around.
If we fight all wooden enemies, and then Josh just.
Yeah,
They have evolved
Then
to
Josh just-
platinum.
Oh,
Then we
we're
burn all of the weapons.
we're just gonna get to the end of the campaign. You guys are gonna be so frustrated with me because I'm gonna be like, it's magic darkness enveloping a amorphous object made of an unknown substance that is like immune to everything.
And then I'm gonna roll to deceive it to go home because its mom is calling for it.
Yeah.
And I get a 29.
Turns out it is amorphous and it doesn't have ears, so you can't speak to it.
I feel like at that point we just go home. Why is it even here?
Yeah.
Why does it bother to exist?
You turn around and leave it, and it does not follow you.
we're not even sure it was alive. It was just there.
Literally a hulking mass of something just waiting for you to attack it, and you decided to leave it on the side of the road, so it's gonna stay there.
Well, this was nice. Can you send me what those shoes do? Those slippers?
So those slippers, I can tell you, as long as you have them equipped, it doesn't add any armor to your armor class, but it does allow you to walk on walls.
That seems so useful for Billy.
It, I will say, it does not allow you your full range of movement. Like it's not 30 feet; it's about half that, 15 feet. But
Okay.
you can walk on surfaces now, as long as there's not some sort of, like grease or ice or some sort of thing that's going to prevent you from sticking to it, essentially.
What does this sword do?
So
The scimitar.
the scimitar, the phase scimitar, so it's going to do essentially 2d6 damage, one from one plane of existence and one from another plane of existence.
That's pretty good. Tug, how much does Jane's Bane do?
1d6 plus 2.
Okay.
D8 plus 2, sorry.
The thing about this scimitar, though, Tug, I will say, is it is a two-handed weapon. So it requires, like your purple piercer you can wield with one hand. This one is going to require both of your hands in order to swing this thing.
What was it? It's a phase scimitar. It does what?
2d6 damage.
Tug, have you been keeping track of the inventory inside of our bag of holding?
Yeah.
Yes, I have actually. If you've
Okay.
been telling me that you're giving it to me, then yes, I've been writing it down. But if you're
Okay.
just
I just wanted to make sure that samurai sword was still in.
yeah, I've got the samurai sword.
Okay, that's all I've ever put in.
The giant, what is it called? It's like a Nodachi or something.
I don't know. I think we can just sell it.
Yeah, it's nothing any of you can really use. I mean, it's enormous, but
I mean, we got plenty of stuff to sell. We got to make some gold.
maybe if
I
there's
mean,
a centaur.
Tug's loaded for gold, but not everybody else.
Does Ranger? Does this scimitar doesn't do anything for me? Does it do? Do you need it?
Nope. I'm a one-handed kind of guy.
Well, I'm gonna close the stream. Say your goodbyes. Goodbye,
Bye.
stream.